Yes, it's coming through. Winning. Okay. Sweet. So, all right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I did a really, really cool intro just now, and you missed it. It was great. Ask anyone. Um, so, welcome to the live stream. I'm glad that you're here, and I'm very glad that we overcame the technical glitch because that was terrifying. Um, what are we doing here today? We are here as a part of, so this is called the Friends of PyCon Africa live stream, and we've got a whole lot of people from around the world who are joining us who are big supporters of what we're doing here in Africa and keen on spreading the word and supporting us in different ways. So that's really, really cool. We've also got a bunch of people from the African community, so people who are directly involved in PyCon Africa. We've got a couple of our sponsors taking part as well, and we've got people from the broader African community also taking part, and that is all terribly exciting. What we want to do is we just want to shine a light on some of the really cool things that are happening around Africa. There are inspiring stories and cool projects and people who've just done amazing things. So we want to share some stories, share some inspiration. While we do this, we're also going to be asking you for donations if you're in a position to help out. So one of the things that PyCon Africa is trying to do is open as many doors as possible. We want to be able to teach more people Python. We want to be able to give more people assistance so that they can afford to come through to the conference. So yeah, anything that you can do on that front, we would very much appreciate. But also, like, if you can't, it's totally cool. Just enjoy the stream. We're giving away some free tickets. It's going to be a jam. All right, so that's it from me. Oh, also, hello, my name is Sheena. I'm the local chair of PyCon Africa this year. And Kim is one of the organizing teams. He's a part of the organizing team. He's one of the directors of the Python Software Society of South Africa, abbreviated as PSA. And he's the co-host of this chat. Over to you, Kim.
Thank you, Sheena. Welcome everyone. I'm hoping we're going out to a large audience who are going to really enjoy a whole bunch of exciting guests we've got lined up. I should just mention, Sheena, you didn't mention in terms of being PyCon Africa. PyCon Africa is hosted in South Africa coming up this year. Sheena and I are both South Africans and based in South Africa, but then a number of, obviously, many of our guests will be from Africa and around the world. And speaking of our guests, the first guest we have who's on screen with us now is Carlton Gibson, who is not indeed African, but is in the same time zone because Carlton is in Spain.
Yes,
Carlton, yeah, there we go, straight up, right up from South Africa, dead north, yeah. Carlton has been a Django fellow. If you know the name Carlton Gibson at all, it is because you've done something with Django in the last couple of years, and Carlton has been responsible for making Django do the right things. I think I might be vastly overstating that, but Carlton's had a lot to do with it.
I stood at the back of the room while other people did that.
Well, that's important as well, yes. Carlton's also a member of the Django steering committee, has a lot of technical input to Django, and is the author of the Django REST framework, which if you've done absolutely anything vaguely REST-ish on Django, you almost certainly have used.
I was the maintainer on that project rather than the author. Tom Christie.
Oh, I thought you were the author. My apologies. You were the maintainer. So,
the partials, which I freaking love.
Yes. I read the word maintainer 2 seconds ago, and in my head translated that to author before I said it. Sorry, maintainer.
That's right. So basically, listeners, if you just take everything Kim said and then turn it down one notch, that's probably where I am.
Also, Carlton is the co-host of Django Chats, which is a really, really cool podcast. So for any of you who are into Python development and Python web development, it's a really, really good source of information if you want to stay up to date with what's happening in that ecosystem.
Yeah, just get guests from around the community and we chat about
it. Which is perfect. Yeah. If you've ever listened to the Django Chat, which I must admit I've listened to quite a few, if you wanted to put a face to a name, there's a British sounding chap and there's an American sounding chap. Carlton is the British sounding chap.
Yep. Yeah, that's me. We're coming back in September, I guess. We always take the summer off because for sustainability basis. You can't.
Yeah, it makes sense. You gotta rest as a weapon.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
So we're coming back in September. We might be doing video. Will's got big ideas.
Oh, well, fancy. Okay. I'll tell you about technical difficulties that I have experienced and overcome.
Right, good.
Yeah, so one of the things that So I met you for the first time a couple of years ago at a DjangoCon US, and that was quite a huge experience for me, just like coming to this conference and meeting all of these nerd stars. That's what you are, Carlton, you're a nerd star. And just like seeing these people as the human beings that they are, but also getting to interact with them, and like honestly it was inspiring. Like the conference as a whole was inspiring, and the people that I met there like shifted my trajectory in quite a big way. And so I know that you are big on Django and open source contributions and community. Can you riff on that a little bit? It's not a very well-formed question, but
Yeah, no, absolutely though, like absolutely. So I've been using Django for a lot longer than I've been active in the Django community. Like since late 2000s, I was using Django, and I'd been to sort of tech events in other ecosystems and other communities, and they just weren't. It was fine, but it wasn't great. And I'd kind of missed the Django on the Hood conferences that they had in Europe, and then there was a DjangoCon Europe. It was going to be in Florence, and I thought to myself, well, I can go to Florence. That's
You probably forced yourself to go to Florence.
Yeah. I thought, well, okay, and I'll go to Florence. And I was maintaining REST framework at this time, and I was helping out there, and I was using Django with all my clients, and I built the whole career around it, but I just hadn't engaged with the community. But Florence, yeah, all right, I'll make it. And I went there, and I have to say, it literally changed my life. It was just so inclusive, so progressive, so forward-looking, so everything that the other tech events that I hadn't been to, that I was like, okay, I'm home. And is Django the only way to solve the web program, but the web project? Of course not. There are a billion frameworks, and there's new ones coming out every week. Why Django though? Because of the community aspect. And yeah, it's perfectly, technically it's perfectly good. There's no reason not to use Django on a sort of technical reason. But why stick with Django over all this time? Well, yeah, it's the community. And to go to a DjangoCon, or we're hosting some sprints in October at Django on the Med. These kind of events, they for me, they just cement that feeling of family. And it's that.
Yeah, it's powerful. It's really powerful. I say I came for the language and I stayed for the community.
Yeah.
I feel like that about the Django community. Like it's been very big for me. Do you find how has the community like actually helped you along your own growth curve? Like how has it helped to turn you into the Carlton that you are today?
Okay, so I remember, so I went to, where was it? Was it in Florence, or was it, so Florence was 2017, and then 2018 was in Heidelberg the next year. At one of those conferences, someone gave a talk about pushing back on the work that you might be asked to do as a programmer, to think about it from the ethical side. Should we be doing this? But pushing back up to management about, implementing some algorithm to do something horrible. And it's like, well, I'm just a coder. Is this my? Yeah. I remember that talk, and I remember being like, oh wow, to be. I did, almost losing my words here, because it was quite emotive. It was like, actually we have a moral obligation, a moral duty, and we're in a position of power in that. It's still the case that software engineers are required. They're a required piece in the conveyor belt, and you have the ability to stop the conveyor belt and say, hang on. Now obviously there's you still need the job, and you can't just you can't rage quit at every opportunity and all these things, but you have the ability to push back as an engineer. And the kind of talk was like, and you have that moral duty to do so. And it was like, oh wow, actually, yeah. And it's all of those aspects of it that are much more important than anything technical, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get you completely. Like you have your ideas challenged, and you develop this moral backbone. You figure out what matters to other people, and then you reconsider what matters to you. It's such a big deal, because as software developers, we have these massive levers. We can like write a bit of code and it can affect so many people. And so we should take ownership over that effect, even if you can't just say like, this is my job. Somebody told me to do the evil thing, and so I did. Yeah, that's big. That's
And
big.
in fairness, I didn't know about privilege and cognitive biases and all these things which, you know, benefited me my entire life, and I didn't know about any of it really, and I was exposed to that via the Django community.
Yeah. So a question from the audience about any chance of subtitles. Unfortunately, I don't have that option to add subtitles. Sorry about that on the topic of accessibility.
No, I can't type that fast, I'm afraid.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, just on that, I think like there is a privilege that you mentioned. You've had an opportunity to travel around and visit all of these different conferences because you're around Europe, and Europe, like, you can just like take a drive and you're in a different country. And then you take a little drive again, you're in another different country. It's kind of amazing that everything's so close together. Us here in Africa, it's way harder. So with PyCon Africa, it's the first time we're doing it's the first time we're doing a like an international Python conference in Southern Africa. And so for most people in Southern Africa, they've only gone to local events. They haven't had a chance to go to anything else. And this is one of the reasons why I'm pouring so much of myself into this conference. It's just like, it's an opportunity to bring these folks together from different Southern African countries and beyond as well. And just like, get them connected, get them to see one another's perspectives, and get them to see like what cool things are happening in different places. I think that cross-pollination is really powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe if I could just chip in, just maybe for the benefit of our international guests, and I don't know if you, possibly yourself as well, in terms of the context of Africa and South Africa in general, I'm 1,000 kilometers away from Sheena, who's in the Johannesburg, where we'll be holding the conference, and that's still inside the same country. The rest of our African guests are obviously much even further away than that. You know, Africa is a very big place. You know, that kind of thinking about just traveling to conferences is actually quite hard work. So you know, one of the reasons we're trying very hard to make sure everybody can actually even get here.
Yeah.
Can I ask about the local community thing, because it's something that's with current situation in the US. It's quite a challenge to the US. Travel to the US is not as easy as it was, and so. It's like, oh wow, that kind of part of the community we need to, we can't connect as easily there. So perhaps we need to be, you know, have more local communities as well, and more local support groups, because it can be a bit isolated if you're just on your own and online and
very much so, yeah. In the South African context, we've got a sizable-ish Python community. We have 100+ people that are Python ZA, you know, South Africa. It's not South African alone, but I would say 90% of our attendees are South African at any given PyCon ZA. And obviously other African nations have, you know, I would imagine, I did look at the number, my apologies, I've entirely forgot it. Local conference in Nigeria, for example, will have several hundred people. But there's lots of parts in Africa where you just won't get that. You know, we need to be able to get together to have more local support. And the problem, unfortunately, for many people in Africa is, although there might be a fantastic sounding conference at, say, to pick Django made as an example, we all need a visa, which is a complicated travel arrangement, which is not that simple.
Yeah, it's so hard. Like, I think it was last year, there was a young guy from Angola who needed to travel to South Africa to get his visa so that he could go to EuroPython. And he had some mix-ups with his flights and his credit card and things like that, and he ended up stranded in South Africa with like knowing no one, with no money, and like Angola's hot. So I was like, for me it was t-shirt weather, but he was like shivering in the airport, like trying to find somebody to help him. And like luckily I was like kind of close to the airport, so through a long chain of people, they're like, hey, like somebody asked somebody, it's like, who's in South Africa? Oh, Sheena. So I'm like, okay, here's a jacket, and let's figure out what to do. Yeah, and it's so hard for Africans to get out there, and so I think that speaks to like why it's so important to do more here. Like here is a lot more accessible in so many different ways. I think this would be a very good time to do our first prize giveaway.
Funny, I was thinking exactly that, Sheena. Good call.
We have another guest coming, but she's running late. I'm not sure what is up.
It's only 5:20 now, so it's
Not too late. Yeah.
not too late yet. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll share my screen then. Give me a moment. Okay, so our first giveaway. All of our giveaways have some kind of social media aspect to it. So you should be able to see that. All right, so JetBrains has been very generous, and they've given us 3 prizes. This is the first of them. Ah, Anna's here. Okay, I'll introduce you in a moment, Anna. I'm happy you're here. Yeah, so our very first prize comes from JetBrains, and if you scan this QR code, then you will have access to a form that you can fill out in order to win a free year of PyCharm, which is pretty cool. What you need to do is you need to make a social post and share it, and then give us a link to that social post. The social post will just be about getting more people to be aware of the stream. So it's pretty easy. I'll share a link in the chat as well, or Tandiwe might. Yes. All right. I'll leave that up for just a moment while I introduce Anna. So I met Anna 2 years ago at the first ever DjangoCon Africa. So she was the chair then, and she was the chair for this the DjangoCon Africa this year as well. And I was impressed by, like, firstly the difficulty of the task, but also the impact of DjangoCon Africa on the people that were there. Like, it was a genuinely inspiring experience for me. That was the first time I got involved in organizing a Python conference outside of South Africa, and it really changed my view on quite a lot. Not only is Anna the chair of DjangoCon Africa, but she is also a trustee of the Django Girls Foundation, which is also ridiculously powerful and inspiring. And she used to be the president of the Django Software Foundation. So we've been talking a lot about Django because it's wonderful. Yeah, so that's who Anna is and why she is great. Welcome, Anna. I'm glad that you can make it.
Thank you, Sheena, for having me.
Yeah.
Hi, Kim. Hi, Carlton.
Hello, good day, Anna. I'm going to assume Carlton and Anna, you obviously know each other from.
Yeah.
I don't, but hello, Anna. Lovely to meet you. Good.
Lovely meeting you too.
So I think we were just talking about, like, how much it matters to have Python related conferences and events within Africa. Could you talk a little bit about the effect of DjangoCon Africa? So what inspired you to get started with that? What inspired you to try it? Because it's a big thing to do.
Oh, okay. So the first event that I attended outside of Africa was Django Under the Hood in 2016 in Amsterdam. And there were so many white males there. Made me realize why Django Girls was a good idea. And there were few people of color there. And also, it was a long travel. That was my first time outside of Africa. I had to go through the visa process and stuff. And I also managed to attend DjangoCon Europe 2017 as keynote speaker in Florence. And then DjangoCon Europe 2018. And DjangoCon US also 2018. At that time, I was already on the DSF board, and one of the things that I ran for, that I used when I was in my candidate statement was I wanted to bring DjangoCon to Africa, because by then I understood how difficult it is for Africans to travel outside of Africa for conferences, going to whether it's EuroPython or it's DjangoCon Europe, DjangoCon US, PyCon US. We pay lots of money for visas, and our flights are very expensive, and we don't have the money or the resources to travel. even within Africa. So going to those places also is a little bit challenging for us as Africans. So I felt there was the need for us to have a conference within our own continent, within Africa, where most people at least won't have the challenges of visas. Most countries have visa on arrival for other African countries, for the bulk of them anyway. So I felt that this would be a good opportunity for people to learn more about Django, contribute to Django, but within the context of the African continent. For at least for once, we will be a majority and not a minority at the conference. So that's why I was on the board for 5 years. We thought we would introduce Django Africa in 2020, but because of COVID, we couldn't. But even after leaving the board, it's something that was always on my heart, and it continues to be for us to have a Django in Africa. So that's why I organized Django 2023, Django Africa 2023, and also Django Africa 2025.
That's beautiful. And then, so when I was at DjangoCon Africa 2023, I made a bunch of friends and I got a lot of inspiration, and same thing happened this year. It was wonderful. It was wonderful to see how much people had changed over the years, because a lot of the same people came to both, and just like seeing how people had grown and seeing the different things that they were working on was super, super cool. So to me, it looks like it's been impactful because I've seen the impact on the lives that I've interacted with. But could you talk a little bit more about the impact that you've seen and the impact that you'd like to see?
Okay, so I think for me, one of the things that I loved about this year's DjangoCon Africa is, while we had a lot of new time speakers, we also had like speakers from previously, the previous conferences, and I also had about 4 of my former Django Girls Zanzibar attendees who attended our Django Girls at the very first DjangoCon Africa, who are now part of the volunteers running the conference, organizing Django Girls, coaching and mentoring. And for me, that's progress. When you have somebody who comes first as an attendee and then the next event, they are in a leadership capacity, then that's a sign of growth as a community. And also the kind of talks that we had, you could see there was growth. People were trying new technologies. People were coming up with their software packages or improving them. And we had so many inspirational workshops. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend all of them. But I think what I loved most is about both DjangoCons is the way people attend workshops is different from what happens at DjangoCon Europe or US. Most people there tend to focus on sprints, but for DjangoCon Africa, people go there to learn, so they attend workshop days just as much as they would the talk days, and we will, like, the drop in numbers of people who don't attend workshop days is actually very small, and I liked that because people are hungry for knowledge, and people go there to learn skills. And I'm hoping that while we are on a hiatus in these 2 years, by the time we meet again in 2027, we will see the growth from the impact of this conference. Because apart from having 200 people meet, attend 3 days of talks, attend workshops, I like to see changes and progress in people's lives, or from where they are in this year, in the upcoming 2 years, there should be a change. So I think that's what I love most about DjangoCon Africa. You can track progress. People may change jobs, they find better opportunities, they are organizing DjangoCon US and other conferences, PyCon Africa, and they're involved in many other things, attending different conferences, speaking at those conferences. And for me, that's growth and progress. And yeah, that's why I do it.
Yeah, I've been impressed by that as well. Just like there's so much there. Like the fact that people show up with such a hunger to learn is very powerful. I mean, Africa's a young continent in a way. There's a lot of young folks around who are just building towards something wonderful. And so giving them that opportunity to interact and to learn from different people is like you're planting seeds, and those seeds will grow. A lot of them will grow. So that's pretty cool. And the other thing that's really impressive is just how much effort people make just to show up. I mean, in the first Django Africa, there was one young lady who traveled by bus for, I think it was like 2 days each way. And like the overnight bus stop was kind of dodgy, so she just like stayed awake through the night and held on to all her stuff. And then she got through, and she was just so grateful to be there, and she really like made the most of it. She learned a bunch. She's got a cool job now. I saw her again this year, and she's just like doing so well. And it's just lovely to see those stories. Another story I want to just ask about is yours, Anna, because at the last DjangoCon, Daniele told a story about how he was running a conference in Africa, and a couple of people from Zimbabwe reached out and said, hey, could we have a grant so we can come? And so he gave those people a grant, and he was like, I don't know who these people are, but let's see what happens. And then one of them was you. And could you talk about that experience a little bit and what it did for you?
Okay, first and foremost, I don't think I'll do that again.
No, like it was
It was the most uncomfortable journey of my life. 33 hours by road in a squashed commuter or minibuses. In Zimbabwe, we don't respect a 15-seater to be a 15-seater. It will contain 19 people. So I will do that again.
Africa, 24.
Yeah, it was long, but at that time we wanted to organize PyCon Zimbabwe, and we had never attended a PyCon anywhere else, and we also wanted to introduce Django Girls Harare as a trial event, and then PyCon Zimbabwe. So PyCon Namibia had Django Girls Windhoek taking place at the same time. So we thought it was a good idea for us to go and learn from them by attending and speaking at the conference. And yeah, it was a long trip. My legs were swollen for 2 days. Yeah, so I wouldn't do that again, but I'm grateful for the opportunity because it enabled me to meet Daniele and a lot other friends. And I attended, I think, 2 PyCon Namibias afterwards, PyCon 2017 and 2018. In PyCon Namibia 2018, that's when the idea of a Pan-African event was first discussed, and it helped launch PyCon Namibia, PyCon Africa 2019, as well as DjangoCon Africa 2023. So I'm glad for where I've come from, but I think I wouldn't do that again because it was.
But you're a lot older now, Anna, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think I would want to go through that again. But yeah, it helped me meet a lot of people and exposed me to the community as well. And yeah, part of my keynote for 2017 was how we traveled for that long. Yeah. So it gave me something to talk about, but I wouldn't do that again.
Yeah, it sounds really hard. It sounds super hard.
Also talking about the problems of sheer scale in terms of earlier before you joined us, and if you traveled for 33 hours from, say, where Carlton is in Spain, you'd be 4 different countries. Whereas in Africa, you possibly just left Zimbabwe. Yeah, you know.
It was Zimbabwe, then I passed through Botswana, and then Namibia. I took the longer route.
Okay. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. I was saying to earlier, you know, I happen to be in Durban. I'm 1,000 kilometers away from Johannesburg, just in terms of the size of the countries that we're talking about and traveling and getting around. So there are definitely interesting, I don't want to call them challenges, but you know, the arrangements of these conferences are different in the African context than they are elsewhere. And one of the points I was going to make, and you make a good one, Anna and Carlton, because you mentioned it as well. Whether it's DjangoCon, you know, DjangoCon Europe and Florence, or the DjangoCon Africa, one of the things you end with is you come to a lot of people's excellent technical talks, and I've left the talks and I've made notes and I've thought, well, I must try this at work or whatever. But mostly what I've come away is thinking that person was very impressive and that person was very impressive and I really like what they did. And you go to the next one and they're even more impressive the next year. So you can see that growth, and that is really, really inspiring to meet up with people who are doing very fantastic, impressive growth-based things. Including, as you said yourself, Carlton, I mean, you hadn't been to any conferences before you chose to go to, was it at DjangoCon Florence, yeah?
Yeah, well, that was 2017 where Anna spoke. I watched that talk in all.
It's a small world in a way.
Well, Django world is
Yeah,
quite
Django
small.
community is a very small world, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty tight-knit. Yeah, but I think that there's a couple of things in your story, Anna, that I want to highlight. So the one is just like the amount of effort that you're keen to put in. Like you chose to travel 36 hours by horrible bus, and you did that because you wanted to bring something back to your community and you wanted to build something there, and that's powerful. Just the amount of effort that people are willing to put in that speaks to the potential of the community in general. And the other thing that's very powerful is the fact that somebody gave you that chance. The fact that somebody was able to just like take a chance and say, cool, I'll give you some money and I hope you show up. I don't know who you are. And then you showed up and great things happened. And that generosity is a very powerful thing, that generosity and trust. Yeah.
I don't think it was generosity or trust at that time for Daniele, honestly, because he had already been duped the previous year and people didn't show up. But I think for him, it was a matter of taking a risk, and whether we showed up or not, then that was the important thing. If he showed up, then it would be great. If we didn't show up, he was ready to lose that. But I think for him, one thing that he personally told me that he regretted was he didn't trust us enough. So for him, I think it was a matter of, should I bank on two speakers not showing up or not? Because I've organized conferences before, and speakers do not show up sometimes, like at the very last minute. Yeah. So it's something
that always happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a certain thing in open source about giving speculatively, speculatively is not quite the right word, but you give to lots of different people that turn up, and some of them will respond and some won't. And the ones that don't, well, okay, that wasn't like wasted effort, because you just can't tell in advance.
Exactly.
I think it's important that you keep putting out the effort, and the seeds that grow
be as inclusive as you can, kind of thing. And most of the time, more than kind of you'd find in perhaps outside of the open source world, most of the time those efforts are rewarded. Lots of people really, really do want to do this. They do want to contribute. They do want to make a difference. Yeah.
Most people want to do it, and to have the faith in people generally to enable that, that's really empowering for everyone. And really,
it makes such an enormous difference, basically, to those people as well. The moment somebody says, it's welcome. What have you got, and what can you show us, and so forth. And there's we are, I must say, a very welcoming community. I'm speaking more Python than Django. This is maybe the time to perhaps not admit that I'm actually not a very heavy Django user at all. I don't write much web stuff, to be honest. I'm in the wrong room, clearly. I don't write much web stuff, but Python in general, we end up as a very welcoming community, and I think that's an important thing that we keep doing correctly. Partially of which is basically a whole bunch of people, yourselves included, have said, well, sure, I'll take some time out on my day on Saturday afternoon and jump in and help you make some money, and help you spread your event. I mean, you guys haven't asked us for any payment, or at least I assume not. You haven't yet.
So we have one more guest who just joined the call, so I'd like to welcome him along. It strikes me that I've forgotten how to pronounce your name. So sorry, I'm so sorry. We've met quite a few times over the years, and it's, well, actually, we met last year for the first time in February in PyCon Namibia. So Saurav is a senior developer community manager at Apify. And Apify is one of our sponsors this year, which is really cool. Thank you, Apify. We appreciate you. And when he was in PyCon Namibia, him and a colleague ran a workshop, and it was around like web scraping and things like that. And what was super cool about that, or there were a few things that were super cool about that. The first thing was that Apify were willing to go into Africa and just, plant some seeds. So that's kind of what we were talking about. You plant a lot of seeds and some of them grow, and that's a beautiful thing. And so he was there with a colleague, planting some seeds and helping the community and supporting and just like being, like I think just being there physically and being a person that the younger folks in the community could approach and ask questions of. I think that's just a super, super powerful thing. So I think you inspired a lot of people, and that's fantastic. Welcome to the call.
Thank you so much.
So I have a question for you just about Apify, because you supported PyCon Namibia, now you're supporting PyCon Africa. Why does Apify do this kind of thing? Why, what is the motivation there?
Yeah, a part of PyCon Africa, I'm happy to announce that we are also going to PyCon Nigeria and PyCon Kenya before PyCon Africa. So there are 3 PyCons in 3 weeks in Africa for us. Why we do this? I would like to explain a little bit about Apify first to create an analogy for you. So Apify is we have Apify Store. Apify is a web scraping and browser automation platform, but this Apify Store have 2 sides. One is a developer creator side where people can create great softwares, they can publish it there. And then we have the user sides. We have a lot of users. We have more than 10,000 users from all over US, Europe, and everywhere around the world. So they pay for these softwares, and developers can monetize their solution on Apify. So this is what Apify Store is. And now when I talk about why we are doing this with Africa, so this is all started, I think, last year when I joined Apify and we started expanding community. I was talking to many of our community members, and turned out the top developers were from Africa. So one of the top developers, his name is Caleb, and he was from Nigeria. And I was talking to him, and he told me that Apify helps us to create a team of 4 people. And Apify helps us to make a living, and due to the monetization flow that Apify creates, we can Apify bring bread to our table, which is a very strong statement, and it inspired me to dig it in a lot. So I talked with more developers from Apify, and I got to know that, from Africa basically, I got to know that African developers are really great. They have a lot of skills. They know how to build great softwares, but there is an issue that they cannot sell these softwares in Africa, or they don't have the access, as we were talking about visas and everything, to go physically somewhere else around the other corner of the world and to sell someone those software. And this is exactly where Apify can help the developers, because you don't have to go anywhere. You have to create great softwares, and you have to publish it on Apify, and you can decide a price for your software. We have a lot of customers who are willing to pay for these softwares, and you can earn a really nice amount of money. So for example, many of our developers are earning more than $3,000 per month, and last month we paid more than $400,000 to our developer community. Which is growing exponentially every month. We have a very nice growth. When we decided to sponsor PyCon Namibia, and we were there, we ran this workshop. People were really happy about knowing this thing, and we got few developers from Namibia who are actively creating actors on Apify. We call these software actors, and they are really happy about everything. So we thought, why not to be physically present there, to tell everyone in the African community, and to grow together with the African developers.
That's fantastic. That's so cool. I'm glad that so many people actually jumped onto your platform after PyCon Namibia. It's that's super cool. I think just piping more resources into these communities is very, very powerful and impactful. So that's wonderful. I'm just going to take a moment to remind the call. Give me a second. Share my screen. All right. So for anybody who joined late, we are giving away a bunch of prizes, and our first, wrong one. Our first prize, lol, is this one, free PyCon for 1 year. So if you have if you're new to the stream, please just fill out that form, and then you have a chance to win a prize. All right. We are sharing it in the YouTube chat as well, so you have that link. All right. There will be more prizes. So we'll announce a winner for this one in about 5 minutes, I think.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. So Apify is coming to PyCon Africa this year, and I know that you're running a workshop again. Is it the same kind of thing as the one you did in Namibia?
Yes, it's a similar workshop, but we have plans. We have campaigns planned for PyCon Africa. So yeah, little teaser that we are planning something very big that will be launched in the week of PyCon Africa. So there will be more motivation to create softwares on Apify to publish it there. And also we recently launched a beta launch for our ambassador program. So I'm actively looking for ambassadors all over Africa. So in this ambassador program, we are supporting the local communities, local Python communities all over Africa who can organize these local Apify meetups. We will sponsor food budget, we will give some swags and Apify credits and a lot of things. So yeah, all of these things are coming in PyCon Africa.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Awesome.
Yeah, so if any of you have been considering coming to PyCon Africa and you've been on the fence about it, this is a good reason to come, because you'll get to learn about the stuff that Apify is doing. And for the people in Namibia who went to the last workshop, they won. They're using these tools and great things are happening. So yeah, thank you.
I was, maybe before we move on, just going to chip in with something with Sheena. Something that occurred to me when we were speaking earlier about Sarah, you'd say $400,000 paid out to developers. It's maybe worth noting on the African perspective for PyCon Africa, and my context is South African, but it's true elsewhere in Africa as well, quite how much the exchange rate can be both a good and a bad thing for us, but I'm going to emphasize the good thing for us. If what it would cost to attend, or in the South African context, what it would cost to, say, attend PyCon Africa, if I were to travel to Joburg and buy a ticket, would be woefully less than you would have to pay in Europe, for example, Carlton, because the exchange rate is so favorable. So it would be 10 euros equivalent for, what you'd have to pay, maybe not quite 10 euros, but a smaller number. So it's maybe worth noting, if you were looking to, and I'm speaking more to our international guests, if you were looking to maybe make a donation, your donation will go a heck of a long way, because your US dollar and your euro spends very well here. It does mean obviously the other way around, where I had to go to Florence, my South African rand doesn't exactly spend well at all, but that's not the problem right now. Yeah, all international donation or any kind of dollar donation goes a very long way in the African context. And it also points out, when Sarah, you're saying you paid out $400,000, that in the context to a developer in Namibia, a developer in South Africa, and so forth, is an enormous amount of money.
Yeah, that's like a bond payment on a
The
house.
cost of living we have, and the cost of living, say, in parts of Europe, they're not comparable. You don't listen to that figure and think, oh well, that sounds like a nice living. That's not very, very good, very useful kind of the word. I mean, very life-changing amount to come in.
Yeah, Sorry, I remember my talk from PyCon in Namibia. I was giving this talk, and in the end, I announced $50 of credit, and there is Namibian dollars, and I didn't remind myself that I have to mention US dollars, and I said $50, and everyone was like, and then I said, oh, $50 US, and everyone said, oh, okay, this is
It's quite right. Yeah, The other thing I was just going to say, while I'm conscious that obviously Carlton and yourselves, you don't necessarily want to hang around all night. The other thing I was going to point out, you were talking, Carlton, about Django Med, as in taking it's on a cruise ship, if I'm not mistaken.
No. It's the Django Med
Conflating it with something.
is a sprint. It's so I live in a town called Palafrugell, which is on the coast in Spain,
Okay.
and it's there. And
I'm with you. Fair enough. Sorry, I don't know where I conflated cruise ship from.
well,
What I was gonna
amazing if we
point out-
could do a cruise ship one, yeah, but that's we've got to build up to that. The first thing is get some few people to Palafrugell and do a sprint.
Yeah. What I was going to point out, to make the connection of the tourism aspect of often there are PyCon Africa or Python Django events in Africa, there's a tourism aspect there as well that's also worth bearing in mind. If you can get yourself here, and it's from an international perspective, in a Western nation, not particularly expensive to come, you would also get yourself a safari in the same day. The reason I reminded is Sarah, if you'd asked on one of our channels, but going on a day safari, and you'll have a fantastic experience you will not get anywhere else. Well, you wouldn't get anywhere else that isn't in Africa, just by having come to our conference. So that's worth remembering as well. And it's not just Africa, it's obviously true anywhere you go. There's great tourism opportunities, but it's worth remembering for these conferences, there's great tourist stuff to do at them. Yeah.
Good sales pitch, Kim.
we have a prize to give away, and I also would like to introduce our next guest. I'm going to do the prize first, and then I'm going to introduce Robson. All right, so just give me a moment. I'm bringing our voice of the people, Tandiwe, on board. So Tandiwe is part of our organizing team this year. She actually got a free ticket to PyCon South Africa last year as a part of our grants program, and that was impactful enough that she was just like, hey, can I help do the next one? And so here she is, and she is the voice of the people. She's interacting with our YouTube crowd, and she's also announcing the prizes. So who is our first winner?
Hi guys, I hope you're all well. Okay, the winner for the first prize is sorry if I mispronounce your name. It's just that Ose Luelo Inabo from Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he is the first prize winner of our it's a jet brain free license to PyCon, right?
Yeah, correct. So a free year of PyCon. So usually people have to buy licenses, and they're getting one for free. So well done. Woo. Now while everybody's paying attention to prizes, we're going to announce the next competition soon. But first, I'm going to remind you all that we are also asking for donations. So if you are in a position where you can help make more of this stuff happen, then we would appreciate anything that you can give us. So one of the things that we're doing at PyCon Africa is we're running a beginner's day. So we're going to be introducing people to Django and to data analysis and a bunch of other things, and it's going to be super, super cool, and we don't want to charge people any money. But we still have to pay to make it happen. So literally, like, any donations will help us open one more door. And we want to plant as many seeds as we can, because we've seen how well they can grow. So that is the first thing I want to show you. And then the next thing I want to show you is this, which is another prize. So I run training through my own company. I run some advanced Django training. And that training typically happens over a weekend. And I charge a few $100s for the training usually. And you can get it for free. So this form will let you enter into that draw. So Tandiwe, will you share the form link on the YouTube so people have access to it when I take this down? I will take that as a yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks Tandiwe. When there's the next winner, let us know. Hey Robson, it's nice to see you. So Robson is also somebody from the Namibian community, and he bounces around and talks at a bunch of different conferences. I've seen him in the US, I've seen him in Tanzania. He actually did a keynote at PyCon South Africa last year, which was really impressive. So Robson is a teacher from Namibia. He does robotics and programming, and he has a special interest in promoting open source software for education providers. So there's a lot of software that education providers need that aren't, it's not necessarily always educational software. It could be like office tools, it could be an operating system. And a lot of schools will fork out for like the Windows version because they don't necessarily know that there are other options out there. So I think what Dropson is doing with that is very, very powerful, because he can, like, if you set teachers up for success, you set a lot of people up for success. And if you can take education providers and just like reduce their costs dramatically, that's freaking wonderful. We need more of that. So yeah, welcome to the call, Robson. Oh no, we can't hear you.
Oh dear.
Ah, there you are. Wait. Oh no, we can't hear you. All right. All right. Well, I'll just say nice things about you then for a while. Did you do your sound check? Gosh. Well, so Robson is a part of the Python Namibian community, which is the community that I know and love. It is, Namibia is one of the neighboring countries of South Africa. And I went to my first PyCon Namibia last year only. I'd heard about it and I was like, South Africans don't like to travel. I don't know what's wrong with us. But I kept hearing cool things about it. And so I went and I tried it out and it was great. And again, I met like all sorts of fantastic people and like, I'm pretty hooked. Like that conference specifically is, it's powerful because it's got such a strong emphasis on education. So during the conference, we have education days where we will actually go out to a school and we'll teach them a bunch of stuff and hang out with little kids and show them Python and play with microbits and get LED lights to blink in different ways. And we'll also spend time at different at a university and interact with the students there and do like a mini conference at the university where we do a bunch of different talks. And it's super cool, it's super powerful because, again, we're letting the next generation of programmers in Namibia interact not only with like the Namibian community, but people from like across the pond and different countries. And again, I think we plant a lot of seeds there. I say we because it's not really me. I haven't ever organized it. I've just gone there and been inspired.
That counts. If I could just quickly integrate. I know Anna just noted she's probably going to be dropping off. So thank you, Anna, for joining us. It's been fantastic to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
Good to see you.
Cheers.
Thank you. The thing you say that we, right? The community is a common something. It's something that we all own together, and it's built by our individual efforts. But it's much more than that, and that we is allowed, right? We know it was Robson doing that work, but you were there too. You're part of that.
She was there.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
That was great. I went to your workshop. I loved it.
It's you teaching a Namibian kid in the school that I collect the picture. It's my favorite picture from all of the PyCon.
You can share your screen if you have it on your screen, but it was a very, very special experience. So PyCon Namibia has been going for, I think, 10 years now. I think that this last one was the 10-year anniversary. And like, one of the big challenges in countries like Namibia and other countries where it doesn't have like a massive Python scene yet is that it's very, very hard to find sponsorship for these things. It's very hard to actually like pick them up and make them work. And I think that in the last PyCon Namibia, the biggest sponsor was a guy named Daniele, who he bought plane tickets for people, and that's not like, it shouldn't be down to one person to do that. It should be like, I think that it's worth I think it's worth looking at countries like Namibia and the potential that is there and investing in it, even if we don't necessarily have a big stake in it. Yeah.
You've hit the hard topic there, Sheena. Right, it is the massive underinvestment in open source everywhere, you know, and that's going to apply in Africa as well. The trouble with asking individuals is that there's always going to be less than is socially optimal. Right?
Well, I mean, in many ways, one of the reasons we've that's not quite what I mean. One of the reasons we have done an additional fundraiser type event like this is because the PSF just doesn't have the capacity to give grants this year, whereas they normally would, and that's a question of open source funding more generally. It's just not. Again, even the organisations that normally would get the funding aren't getting much, and to have to boil down to the individual levels, even as you say, even for more unsustainable. Just can't keep that up.
The Python does very well. If you in the big scheme of things, Python
relative
does
to the others,
amazingly, but it's still, still a drop in the ocean, so to speak.
Still that classic XKCD of that whole tower that everything's built on with one little wobbly piece in the bottom right corner, sustained by one little open source developer in the bottom. Exactly. Yeah.
It's such a difficult topic because partially, so for me personally, I'm pouring a bunch of time into PyCon Africa, and I go to all of these African conferences and I want to go to more of them, and it's a lot of work and it's expensive and it's hard. PyCon Africa has been hard work. It's like a full-time job, and I'm grateful that I'm
That's why we suckered you into it.
Pardon?
This is why we suckered you into it.
Oh my God. It's hard so much, but I get to do that because I am in a position of privilege to an extent. I've got enough resources built up around me that I can pour some of myself into this, and a lot of people don't have that. A lot of folks have a lot less. They just don't have the resources, or they don't have the know-how, and so they have less to give. But for the people who have something to give, I don't know. People say the word privilege. It's often treated like a dirty word. Guys, privilege. You don't understand. But privilege is a tool, and so I do think that people in the community who are individuals, if there is a way to just boost something and make it a little bit better, add a little bit of value, show up and talk to a stranger, and show up and answer some questions that somebody needs answered, or show up and ask some questions that deserve to be asked. That's powerful as well. Bring the value that you can bring. But then when it comes to larger organizations, go for it.
I was going to say, from a volunteer perspective, one of the best ways to get yourself involved, if you've arrived at a conference and you think you'd like to make a contribution, PyCon Africa will be looking for people to drive cameras. We'll be looking for people to MC talks. But if you don't want to do that, we'll be looking for people to help pack swag. We'll be looking for people to direct people to lunch. That kind of, and it's not just us. That any conference you go to will have a large set of volunteer needs like that. That we would be, every conference would be delighted to have you volunteer for. Don't sit, especially as I want to say young, because I'm not a young man anymore, but I don't mean young. I mean a new conference. If the first time or second time you've gone to a conference, don't think that there's nothing you can do. You could get involved immediately if you wanted to. There's all sorts of things the conference would love people to help with, in any conference.
Absolutely. Robson, you've got sound.
Yep.
Hey, fantastic. All right, I'm just going to introduce
before you dive in, I'm going to run away. I've been here since.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to run away.
Thank you for joining us, Carlton.
Thank you, Carlton. It has been fantastic. Thank you, Carlton, very much.
Bye-bye.
All right. Fantastic. Welcome, Marlene. I'm so happy that you have been able to join us. So, I have, oh crap, I've lost my agenda. No, I've got it right here. Fantastic. So, Marlene is a developer advocate specializing in Python and AI at Microsoft, and she loves cucumbers. And she was the previous vice chair of the Python Software Foundation, which is freaking powerful. And she led the first ever PyCon Africa. So I'm actually just standing in the footprints that she left behind. And yeah, well, welcome. Glad that you could join us. Um, I have a question about the first ever PyCon Africa. What inspired you to do it? What inspired you to make such a big thing?
Yeah, I mean, like, thanks for having me on, and I really appreciate being here and excited about this year. I think for me, it was really when we started this. So it was not just me on my own, but a couple of people who I kept meeting at different African PyCons. So I think I went to PyCon Namibia, I went to PyCon South Africa, I went to PyCon Nigeria, and I was seeing the same faces over and over again. And we kept saying, oh, you know, it would be nice to like have one place that we get together and we see each other like pretty regularly every year, or and that we could collaborate more. We really wanted to see more like Pan-African collaboration, because a lot of that, what we were really seeing was like, you know, people building in a sort of siloed way in Africa. And at the time I was still based in Zimbabwe, and yeah, and I felt like the developer community was growing. And then whenever I went to PyCon US, and then I also did EuroPython, I really felt like we needed something similar, just because I think there's a different energy that comes when you are bringing together people from different countries. And so I remember I spoke initially about this idea to some people at PyCon Namibia. I think Daniele was there, Aisha was there, and a couple of different people. And then we decided, okay, we're going to give it a try. It was super hard. It's a tough thing to do, to organize a conference. So I can only imagine. But it was really cool. Yeah.
That's amazing. It's so like something that strikes me about the Python community in general is like there's a lot of like it would be nice if this existed, it would be nice if that existed, but like you don't need permission. You can just say like I want this to exist. I'm just going to roll with it. I'm going to make it happen. And that's powerful. And I hope that that inspires a couple of the people who are watching here, because I know we've got people from all over who are watching this, and they probably also think it would be nice if different things existed. So just try it, get some friends and make it happen, build something beautiful. Yeah.
Well, I mean, all of our conferences, PyCon ZA, PyCon Namibia, they all started with a group of people saying, let's give it a try.
Yeah,
this should exist.
100%. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think sometimes it feels really far away. Like I think because so much tends to happen in the US and the focus tends to be in the US for most of tech, that sometimes it can feel like, oh, I can't do this for, I don't know, whatever reasons. But you're so right that like, if you just feel like you can do it, then it's probably a good idea to at least try. So
yeah.
Exactly right.
And like sometimes it'll be harder than you expected, but that's where you learn. I think like Kim was talking about volunteering at conferences just a few minutes ago, and I want to circle back to that because I think it's worth digging into, because in the PyCon Africa International organizing committee this year, there's a lot of young folks, like super young. I didn't know how young they were. And then we'd be talking in a meeting, be like, cool, this thing needs to be done. Who's going to do it? So I was like, I'll do it. It's like, okay. When are you going to do it? It's like, oh, I've got an exam tomorrow, so I'll do it after that. It's like, whoa. Whoa.
Okay.
And like some of our most productive people are folks who are like still in school or still in university and just like want to make the magic happen. And like even Tandiwe, who was on the call just now, like she's still studying, and like she joined the team partially because she was inspired by being able to come to PyCon Africa last year. She only managed to join remotely, unfortunately, because logistics are hard, but she got a free ticket, and then she was like, this is something I want to be involved in. That's part of it. But the other part of it was like, I want to be involved in this so that I can like level up in specific ways. Like you can do these things, and yeah, it's hard, but I mean, you grow. You grow your own skills, you learn about the people around you, you build a certain reputation. And that's gold. Like that serves you for a long, long time. So go make something.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening to my TED talk.
Yeah, I mean, such a relevant thing to say for sure, because it's like the amount of value you get. I think honestly, I think organizing PyCon Africa, volunteering in the different Python conferences truly changed my life. I don't think that I would have. There was actually even the person that, like, right now I'm currently working at Microsoft, and I got that job through seeing someone else who I met at PyCon Zimbabwe. No, okay, I didn't meet him initially at PyCon Zimbabwe. I met him at like a different Python thing happening in Zimbabwe, and then met him again at PyCon ZA. And that connection that happened with the job that I currently have happened because of being active in the community, talking to people there, networking in a way as well. And I think there's so much that, you know, yes, you're giving a lot. Like, actually, your time is super valuable, your energy is super valuable, all of those things are valuable. But at the end of the day, you also get like a lot of value from just participating and getting involved. So it's like, yeah, I think conferences, volunteering, participating in the community is like such an underrated thing for sure.
Yeah, it's
for
so
sure.
powerful. I think especially like that thing you said about like showing up year on year, like you don't necessarily show up expecting to immediately gain. It's not like I'm going to go there and I'm going to get a job today, or I'm going to get paid today, or I'm like you don't go expecting an immediate return, but it's a long game. You just go and like bring your best self, and then the good things happen. Anna, who left the call just a few minutes ago, has a similar story in that she got a bursary to study somewhere really, really fancy, and those bursaries were not being given out to people in Zimbabwe. They had like rules. They were like, no, this is not okay. And then she was like, but I chaired DjangoCon Africa, and they were like, okay.
Okay, that's
Exactly.
And yeah, and for me as well, like attending conferences has legit changed my life. Hey, Sarah. So
Hey.
here is our next guest. This is Sarah with a surname that I struggle to pronounce. How do I say your surname again?
Abderrahman.
Abderrahman. Okay, Sarah Abderrahman.
It's fine. Try your best.
I'll
Nice.
try my best. So Sarah is pretty hardcore. She is the she's the vice chair of the. She is the vice chair of the Django Software Foundation. We've been talking about Django a lot lately, and she's a big part of that machine. She also co-founded a thing called Django North Space. So her and a couple of people who just cared about bringing more people into Django contribution gave themselves permission to build something wonderful, and it's been going really well. It's been going for a couple of years now. I'm not sure how long. She takes part in Django Girls as well as a coach. So she shows up and she teaches. She is in the trenches, like picking people up and giving them their first steps into code. And she organizes conferences as well. So yeah, welcome, Sarah.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So we were just talking about people giving themselves permission to start wonderful things in Python land, and you've done quite a lot. So I think one of the big things that you did was you co-founded Django North Space. Could you tell us a little bit more about Django North Space?
Sure. Django North Space is a mentorship program. It's 8 weeks, and you have what we call, because it's really related to space, we have a navigator, which is like the technical mentor, and you are in a group of 2 or 3 people, and you also have like what we call the captain, which is more the supporter during your journey. So if you have like imposter syndrome or things like that, so it will help you like going through these things. And this is like a nice way to be able to contribute like with people who are learning the same things at the same time, and you can exchange and you feel less alone during your contribution, and mostly.
That's powerful. So,
And we do
so
have like, yeah, we do have a, sorry, we
No,
do
it's
have
okay.
like the next session, which is open.
All right. So you are
It's
applications.
on, yes, we're taking application. It will be closing on the 14th of September. So people are still have time to apply.
All right.
And it's on
Yeah,
our website, djangonut.space.
Djangonauts.space. Fantastic. Yeah, it's super cool. I mean, we were just talking about how coming to conferences and adding value like that, just by volunteering or by taking part in some way, is a great way to learn different skills and meet different people and build a reputation and play a long game that can turn into a career. And I think things like Django Space fit into that category as well, in a way. It's a place where a person who wants to learn more about open source contributions can go and learn how to do that and interact with other people from the Django community and write some cool code and like make a difference in the tools that that so many people use. So it's it's super cool.
If I could maybe just add in something there that occurred to me, Sheena. I don't know what your educational circumstance was, but Sheena was talking about how a lot of our organizers being quite young. I'm not that young anymore, to be brutally honest. I'll freely admit I'm in my 40s. And I've been doing this for a very long time, and it's easy to kind of forget if you haven't just started quite how hard it was necessarily to learn this stuff. And also it's easy to forget if you've been programming for 20 years that you didn't learn all this stuff alone. I had the privilege of studying. I did a degree in engineering, but even no matter how you learned this stuff, it's easy to forget, say 20 years down the line, that you had other people around you who also thought, well, wow, this is hard, and it was helpful to have people to talk to about it and so forth, because you can look at as a new person, in fact, as an experienced developer, you think, well, you know how to do all these things, and they seem easy. But they weren't always easy, and it must be quite challenging without the support of other people around you to say, yes, I get it, this is hard too, and it's supposed to be hard. It's supposed to be, but it is hard, and this stuff is difficult. It's not simple, and it's easy to forget. And that's one of the powers, I think, that, and you touched on it, but I wanted to kind of point out to anybody in kind of my situation, or if you've been programming for 20 years plus, your much junior, more younger starters will struggle to find this stuff to get it all working, and you didn't find it easy 20 years ago, and that's kind of easy to forget. So it's one of the powers of something like Django. Everyone's learning it together. We're all realizing that yes, it's hard, but it can be figured out. But it's not, you don't have to figure it out alone.
Yeah. I think just having that reminder that there are people beside you who are struggling in the same way is a very powerful thing, because then you're like, it's not just me. Like I'm not broken. Like this is actually just what hard feels.
Yeah, sometimes this stuff comes across as quite difficult because it is quite difficult. It's there are challenges here. Yeah.
But it's super powerful. Then I think another thing that you mentioned another thing that you're involved in is Django Girls. So we're hosting a Django Girls workshop at PyCon Africa on the 8th of October. So it's part of our Beginners Day. So I mentioned it a bit earlier, but I'll mention it again for people who just arrived on the stream. So on the 8th of October, we are going to teach a whole lot of people Python for free. That is the plan. So it's free for them, it's not free for us. And so we're trying to raise money to open more doors. And that's one of the reasons why we have a donations drive. So I'm just gonna share my QR code again. So this is why we're running a donations drive, so we can open more doors and get more people introduced to Python and introduced to open source and introduced to the community. So we're planting a bunch of seeds and you can help. So our per head cost for this is $50. So basically $50 opens one more door. And so if you are in a position to help out like that, we would be very, very grateful. And somebody in particular, there will be a somebody that you opened a door for. Yeah. So I have seen some pretty cool things with Django Girls. I've worked as a coach as well. I don't think as much as Sarah, but I've seen really amazing things happen because of it. I know that, for example, Dawn Wages, the current Python Software Foundation president, she's the chairperson of the freaking Python Software Foundation. That's epic. Like, she got introduced to the community through a Django Girls, and it's not just about the workshop itself. It's not like you're going to teach a person to be like a hardcore epic programmer in a day, but you'll plant some seeds, you'll get people inspired, you'll get them to see what they can do next, and you'll set them up that they can continue growing on their own. But you also connect them with a community of people who legit want to help. And that's powerful. That's probably the most powerful part of it, is that connection. So yes, if anybody is down for support.
I was gonna say that I also got like introduced to the whole Python community through Django Girls as well. And I've heard Dawn say that because when I remember, like, for me, I had been switching careers, or I was still like deciding. I had been studying something else in school. I was studying like biology, and I thought I wanted to be a doctor, and then completely changed. And then I went back home to Zimbabwe, and it was actually, there was like a good group of people, my good friend Ron, and in Zimbabwe that were starting to run, create and build this Python community. And part of it was the Django Girls workshops. And so I wanted to get involved in that, but just like, I just started like organizing for that group and like organizing meetups and stuff. And then I tried the Django Girls workshop, and that was like the first thing. And I think the thing about Django Girls is that it's like, I had a roommate that, was into programming and stuff like that, but it always felt like super intimidating when she was talking about it, because she was, a math major, she seemed super smart, and I was like, okay, she's got it. I'm not going to even try, because like, it just looks hard. But then with Django Girls, because it makes, like, you're already in a space where they're actively making it approachable, actively like providing you with like resources, not assuming you know everything in the world, or like starting with object oriented, just whatever, I don't know. That like they're really starting and creating a space that feels really safe to learn. And I think that's one of the really special things about Django Girls, is that you create this space that it's okay to not know things and to learn from scratch. And yeah, and for me, that was like the first time I really completed and like properly built a website out, was through the Django Girls tutorial in Zimbabwe, and then went on to do a degree from there. But it was really a great introduction. So I think it's such a great way for us to introduce stuff to the community. So
Yeah, it's a powerful workshop. For people who aren't familiar with it, it's basically like you can come in with zero experience, like no Python experience, and then by the end you have a blog on the internet with a database, and you can like do all sorts of cool things with that. So that's freaking powerful. Now, web development isn't everybody's cup of tea. Not everybody wants to go in that direction. So we're also hosting another thing called Humble Data, and Humble Data is it's a newer thing, but it's another like zero to hero introduction to Python programming, but it has a different focus. So its focus is data analysis, and I think those are the two main ways that people get into programming these days. It's like build a web app, or like learn to analyze some data. Those are some great ways to get started. Yeah, so we're doing both of those, and we're doing some other cool things as well. Yeah. So
if I could ask, sorry, Sheena, if I could jump in to just ask Sarah quickly, how many people have done Django nodes to this point?
Probably
You mean for
thousands.
Django Space?
Django
Yeah, sorry,
Girls.
that's what I mean. How many people have you managed to turn into brilliant developers over the course of the program?
Do you mean Django Girls or Django?
I think I have to check the numbers. Yeah, because for Django Girls, I know that we have like 17% of people who apply, because we have a survey to say that they are working in tech now after the tutorial, and there are some who are still learning, and we have an annual report on the djangogirls.org website to have more details on that.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Well, I'm just kind of curious, but even that, if you turn 17% into 1 in 5 people, that means you have a room of 100 people, 20 of those people now do tech stuff and had absolutely no ability to do it before. So fantastic.
Yeah, yeah, it's fantastic. And even like, I recommend that, like, even if a person doesn't want to learn to be a programmer, it's worth attending one of these things, because just having that literacy of like how coding works, what's actually hard about it, how the information flows between different bits of the machine, like that's super powerful. Like if you work with developers and you have some dev literacy, then you will do better. If you're just a bit curious, show up. It's
Well,
sort of like,
I mean,
yeah.
sorry, I didn't realize I was going to cut you off. My apologies. I was just going to say that one of the things, and one of our later guests, Michael Kennedy, is fond of saying on his podcast, Python capacity, or your ability to write, well, really any software, but Python's what we're talking, is a real superpower for any number of careers. So even if you don't go into tech, even if you're one of the 83% who didn't go into tech, about half, I would hesitate to say about half the people who go into the world, if you can write some kind of software, if you can read it or at least understand it, if you're a biologist or you're an accountant or you're in anything, there's a lot of capacity. I mean, if you know how to make the cells in Excel do something useful that you didn't know before because you understand a for loop, that there's real power there to all that stuff. You know.
Yes. And it gives you access to new ideas as well. It's like, imagine if you'd never heard of screwdrivers in your life. There's like all these ideas in the world that you would just have no access to. You wouldn't even be able to think of those things. And then as soon as you know about the screwdriver, you're like, all this stuff is obvious. Code is a bit like that as well. So it's powerful. Come play. I'd like to ask another question of Marlene. So you did the first PyCon Africa, and that was epic. How do you feel about how PyCon Africa has grown and changed over the years? Are you happy with the trajectory?
I feel like, I think we had some rough times. So like initially, I loved the first conference. I think that went really well. And then I think maybe it wasn't the second conference or the one after that, COVID hit, and that was brutal. That was so tough. And we had tried the first year during COVID, we tried to organize the conference online and just have everything online. Very difficult to do that because, there's lots of things that make it hard for some people. So not everyone has super great, internet connection. So even for the speakers, some people were struggling to really do a good call. And then also for the attendees, not everyone was, it wasn't always a perfect experience. So I think the COVID period of time was really hard to try and keep the conference going, but I'm so grateful that it did continue. And Manny and his team from PyCon Ghana were amazing in continuing it forward and hosting it again, coming out of COVID as well. And I'd really love to see, I think our community is really strong. I think the community has grown really well. I think there's so many amazing people who started out at PyCon Africa that I'm now seeing doing incredible things. Literally at PyCon US this year, I was at PyCon US, and I had at PyCon Africa, I think the first or the second one that we had, I had met this girl called Sarah, and she was just getting started with Python. And then I met her again at PyCon US this year, and she's doing her PhD in math with a Python, computers, whatever. And I met her when she was just starting out a student. She's from Nigeria. And I was just I was so blown away by that. And she loved PyCon Africa. And so for me, I think one of the cool things has been seeing people's growth and the individual people where that's gone. And I think PyCon Africa is a key part of that. I'd love to see the community growing, and Yeah, I'm really hoping we can keep it going. I think it's something that's so helpful for the community. So yeah, um,
Yeah,
If I,
that's powerful. I think,
yeah,
uh,
make a quick PyCon Africa plug just to note what you were saying about doing online. You might be pleased to know, Marlene, this year that PyCon Africa will be both in person and online
oh,
as
that's
an online
amazing.
attendant. We film everything. Well, we intend to record everything and present it stream straight to YouTube. So you can
Wow.
attend remotely as well, which is something the PyCon ZA guys also picked up from during COVID. We realized we really liked the remote aspect. So we
Yeah.
were
Yeah.
hoping to bring that to PyCon ZA this year. Well, not hoping
yeah,
to. We will be bringing the PyCon Africa this
yeah,
year.
we are
Yeah.
bringing Africa this year. We always live stream our stuff from South Africa, and again,
Yeah.
we're in a position where we can because we've got like good internet infrastructure. But I know a lot of places in Africa don't,
Yeah.
and that's really hard. Hey, Ford, are you with us? I can see he's with us in spirit, but is
Yes, yes, I'm here.
okay,
Hello, guys.
cool.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's all good. How are you guys?
Yeah, very good, thank you. There you are. Yay!
Pleasure to see you.
It's a pleasure to see you. So,
Yes.
Ford is somebody that I met at the first ever DjangoCon Africa, and I was just super impressed by him as a human being because he was always looking out for the people around him and making sure that people were okay, and like he was the go-to guy for for a lot of things. And so I was impressed up front, and then I was even more impressed when I found out about what he was working on. So he started a project called Nuru, which is a programming language in Swahili, to help, because like learning a language that's like based on English is kind of hard for a lot of people. So that was the first thing that he did, which was really powerful. And now he's working on a thing called deploy.tz. He's making a Tanzanian hosting service. So kind of like a Heroku in Tanzania, which I think is freaking powerful because
Super cool.
like infrastructure is such a challenge in Africa, and if we can bring more stuff here, and rely less on the international giants, then it becomes accessible for people. So yeah, welcome, Ford. I'm glad you could make it.
Thank you very much. I'm actually honored to be here. So I guess I'll talk a little bit about my journey.
Yeah.
The first thing was I actually wouldn't venture into all of this if it wasn't like for the Python community. Funnily enough, I did have like some programming experiences, though I never thought it would have been like a career. I do hope the audio is okay, by the way. Is it perfect?
Yeah,
Perfect, good.
perfect. Perfectly
Okay,
good.
okay,
Yeah.
cool. I know the camera isn't as good. I was surprised. It's my first time actually using it. So I apologize for that.
All good.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think you guys know Noah. Most of you should know Noah. Yeah, so I joined the Python community in Telegram. I've never actually met him, and then I saw that they wanted like a volunteer for the Python Tanzania website. Usually it was being built by Django. I never even knew anything about Django, but then I was like, yeah, let me sign up for it. So I volunteered for the backend, and it was a challenge, but I actually felt like, okay, so these are how like systems have been built, you know, like these web applications and stuff. And I was like, I can actually make it like a career. So I kept on learning and volunteering a lot, and then eventually I got like Noah shared again a job application, which I did apply. It was asking for a senior role. I was no senior at all, but I still applied. Yet somehow I did get the job. Yeah, and I'm still with them. So I actually learned way more during the job, and it was been wonderful. So Python and the community was like my gateway into me becoming like a programmer. So yes, that's why I try my best to give back as I can. So over there in Tanzania, we do, I'm part of the secretariat, and we do host like a lot of Django workshops, Django Girls workshops, and other just Python workshops, and it's been fun. So Nuru, I was bored basically, and I was like curious on how programming languages are made. So I just dived up deep into it and, just learned a bit from tutorials and stuff and gave it a try. And yeah, the response was not what I expected. Like many people were interested in it. And yeah, so since then the response, the contributions to it has been wonderful, and it has been even tested in like a few primary schools in different regions. And I haven't really contributed much to it. Most of the contributions now are from like other people who are like in Kenya. Actually, most contributions are from Kenya. There's a guy who made like an LSP for it. There's someone made like a VS Code extension and whatnot. So it's pretty wonderful. Yeah. As for deploy itself, by the way, you can ask or interrupt if there's any questions.
That's cool. Like,
Yeah,
I'm impressed that you got it into schools. That's freaking cool.
Yeah.
It's a hard thing
But
to do in all these places. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not like a curriculum yet, though I hope it does. But we did like have some people and give it a try. We did even have like a NeuroCon, and there were people who came all the way from Kenya to like participate. And yeah, I think some crazy guy made like a simple AI using Neuro, which I didn't even think it was possible. So yeah, it's on the Neuro program in repo. The
That's super cool.
organization. It's on one of the repos. So yeah, it's pretty awesome what people can do. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Again, like I love how you didn't ask for permission. You're just like, let me try this thing and see what happens, and it snowballs and turned into something beautiful.
Exactly.
It has the potential to do quite a lot of good stuff.
Yes.
I'm going to bring our colleague Tandiwe back on because she's got another prize to give away. Just one moment. I hope you're ready, Tandiwe.
That's great.
I'm ready. Guys, for the next prize, the second prize is a free Prelude Tech Weekend Workshop ticket. And our winner is Ainu Ebenezer Tutu. Congrats, guys. Yeah.
Well done. We'll be emailing all of the prize winners because we have your email addresses, and we'll hook you up. Yeah, so that prize is a workshop where people where they'll learn like HTMX, Alpine.js, and make a cool Django application. So it's a lot of fun. Thank you for that. Well, I've got everybody's attention.
Thank you while we're at it for the prize, Sheena, because you should notice that Prelude is Sheena's own firm, so Sheena contributed that prize.
Yeah, I'm glad that I could do that. I kind of wanted to build a organization that generated enough good that I can share with people, and so this is an opportunity to do that. So congratulations on winning. I'm looking forward to teaching you. While I've got your attention, we are still looking for donations so that we can bring more people into the community. So there's that. And we've got another prize to give away. So the next prize is a €50 voucher for JetBrains. Now, JetBrains has a swag store, and you can buy cool stuff there. And €50 is a lot of money. So scan that QR code and enter that competition. I think while Tandiwe is on the call, she did see a good comment from the audience as well. Do you want to just reach that out? Do you want to shout that out?
Yes, I will do so. We got an awesome comment about Django from one of our attendees by Open Delta Tech. He said Django Girls is awesome and love that it's creating a safe space to learn Python and web development through Django. So there's actually a nice bit of info for those who are unaware about like the awesome stuff that Django has been doing in the community. So if anyone wants to learn, web development through Python, Django is the place to go to, Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's pretty great. And like Django Girls events, like we're running one in South Africa, but they're all over the world. So if you can't make it to us, like check out the Django Girls website and you too can be a Django Girl. Yeah. Thank you so much, Tandiwe.
make one comment before we moved on too far from Nuru. Just to note, I'm reminded some years ago, one of the PyCons we had here in my hometown in Durban, possibly the most popular talk we had was a talk from a chap talking about translating, at the time, turtle code, I can't remember exactly what the Python turtle stuff is called, but that little turtle into Zulu, isiXhosa, and Tswana, being three of the major languages here in South Africa. We have 11 official languages. And I think it speaks to something that I kind of, you see again and again, and you've obviously noticed, Fuad, and various others across Africa will have noticed, there's a huge appetite to have software development resources in the language you speak at home. Obviously, it's easy enough for me. I happen to speak English, and everything's in English. Brilliant, easy for me. Much harder if you speak Zulu or Swahili or any number of other languages. The resources are scarce, and some of these terms are quite technical. It doesn't mean that some of the English gets quite gnarly and technical to understand. So there's massive value in doing exactly what you've done for across Africa, and really obviously other parts of the world as well, translating or providing resources in languages that you actually understand, so that you don't have to necessarily be able to speak great English to be able to be a software developer, because that's obviously a limitation.
That's very true. So it's actually something I appreciated after I released it. After I made the initial release, it was like really basic and stuff. It wasn't like a full proper language. But then after the response, and I saw how it could actually help people. So especially in Tanzania, most people don't know English. Like even among the developers or even the educated people, English is sort of a challenge. So if someone wants to learn programming, they first have to learn English, and then they'll have to learn programming, and so it's like double the effort. So I realized that, okay, at least it can be easier, right? And it is what motivated me to like keep on developing it even more and adding more features and making it more complete, so that even if it's like in Swahili, the programming concepts are more or less the same. So it's like the for loops, how they work, how you think like a programmer. It doesn't matter the language you choose, right? Even across different English programming languages. So yeah, that is very, very valid.
Yeah, that's solid. Yeah, I think especially for kids, like you can't expect a kid to. So, yeah, very, very exciting.
Cool. Okay, so any other questions on Nuru?
Maybe tell us a little bit about Deploy, because you gave us a demo at Django Africa very recently, and it was super cool. Like you connected it up to a repo, and you're just like, okay, let's deploy this code. Look, now it's live on the internet. What are your plans with Deploy? Is it like production ready, or is it is it like a hobby thing that like hobbyists can use, or what's the status now and where you're aiming?
Okay, so for now, we do have like about 80-ish users. Most of them are students, and we have like more than 100 applications. And yeah, it's handling it pretty well. I don't know how, we're still testing the limits. We have actually recently got like some proper servers, and we do intend it to be like production ready in the future, but we're still in beta. And we do have the domains, by the way. We do have deploy.tz, so we use TZ so that we can first test it with a few people. But we also own the domain deploy.africa, and we want it to be like an Africa thing. So if anyone wants to like, give it a try, it's invite only. You can just share an email, and I can add you as a beta tester. You can deploy 3 applications for free. And yeah, I was actually thinking even for the Django Girls workshop, the one in PyCon Africa. So I do know there is Python Anywhere where you can host like applications, but we do offer like in case maybe you'd like to try something different, then Deploy would like to also sponsor that deploying, because it's quite straightforward, I think. Yeah.
That is fantastic. I think that there's so much power in just like leveling up African infrastructure. Tandiwe says that she's got a good question from the audience. I'm going to bring her back for a moment.
Okay.
Hi, Fuad. This is for you by Kojo. Kojo Idrisa says, I should ask you, can you ask Fuad if he thinks Nuru would be useful helping English-speaking developers learn Swahili?
Huh. If I'm being honest, I don't think so. Yeah, because okay. So one of the challenges I had with actually developing this language was choosing the right keywords. Okay, so there is like the informal Swahili which people talk every day, and then there is that like proper Swahili, and the terminologies there are quite hard even for a regular Swahili Tanzanian speaker. So, for example, like saying the word, how will someone say like a function or like just a regular program, and so on and so forth. So it was quite a challenge. We didn't want to make it difficult, especially for like our target audience was actually like kids or those in their teens. We didn't want to make them start learning, okay, what does this word mean? I've never heard about this word and stuff, right? So we sort of just like started making and creating our own keywords. Usually the process for doing that was we do have like a Telegram group chat. There are like around 200 members. And whenever we have like keywords and some are similar, we just like ask people to vote on which one's most likely, what people like, or which makes more sense. People will give suggestions and then they vote for one. And that's how we've been proceeding, yeah. But otherwise, I don't think it can teach someone who doesn't speak Swahili, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Are there different dialects or simply have different locations?
Yeah, there is different dialects. For example, the Swahili, the people speak in Zanzibar is quite different from the ones who might speak in Western Tanzania. Not that different, as in they can understand each other, but from the way they speak, you can just tell like, okay, this guy's from the coast, this one's from the north, So there's that sort of difference, yeah. And in the words, there is, yeah.
Kojo says, okay, so Nuru is designed to be easier for Swahili speakers to understand. Yes. That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome. Hi, Kojo.
Shout out Kojo. Hi, Kojo.
Yeah, Kojo is also like somebody who's very well known in the Python community.
Yes. He was here in Django Africa.
Yeah, he was there. Yeah. Thanks, Tadiwe. I'm gonna let you go for a little while, and I'll bring.
I just wanted to say, I think Kojo was actually the first keynote at PyCon Africa, at the very first PyCon Africa. I think he was the keynote speaker, one of the main ones. Yeah,
that's really cool.
Yeah, that's very funky.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. And like, I want to mention something else about African infrastructure, because we were talking about live streaming earlier. Now, and before that, we were talking about how like resource constrained people can be in Africa, and how it's expensive and difficult to get people to these different conferences in Africa and all of that. And a common response that I've heard is like, why not just live stream it? Like, then people don't need to travel. And there are so many challenges with that, just because like electricity is sometimes an issue, internet access is an issue. People don't necessarily have the resources to have the best tech to like take part fully. If you're working on like an old crappy laptop and that's all you have and you're sharing it with somebody, then it's not really that feasible. And so there's all these like physical constraints that get in the way. So we need to work around that. And on top of that, like remote conferences can be really cool. We're going to make a cool remote conference as a part of PyCon Africa. So if you can't join us in person, we're doing it online as well, and we're going to make it super interactive, and we're going to do our best to make it as accessible to people who can't be physically with us as possible. But that does still exclude a lot of people. Really, the gold standard conference experience is showing up in person. You can make connections online. You can like make friends online. You can have good discussions, but like the real solid stuff tends to happen in person. And so that's another one of the reasons why we're working hard to raise money. It's like, and so we're raising funds for the Beginners Day, so we can bring more people to that and just like share some skills there. But we're also raising money so that we can help some folks travel to South Africa so that they can join us physically, so they can be with us at the conference. We have people who, like, when we opened up our grant applications, hundreds and hundreds of people applied, like way too many people. And even like after shortlisting that, it's like, whoa, we would love to support these people, but we legit can't. So yeah, like you've heard over and over in this talk, in this live stream, just how impactful these conferences are for the individuals who take part. I mean, Ford's story is fantastic. Let's have more of that. Like, if you're in a position to support, we would appreciate your support. Yeah.
It's definitely not the same like vibe when you have like a conference online and in person. Like my first conference was online and I was like, oh, this is really nice. And people were telling me, no, you have to go in person. This is not the same.
Yeah.
That is
Very true. Yeah. You know, we tried, as I say, for the PyCon ZA, PyCon Africa, we tried to make sure that if you want, or if you have to attend online, we give you as good an experience as possible, but really, it's the connections. It's basically the figuring out, you know, as I'm sure we've all had, it's basically hearing someone's story and even if they weren't the speaker, even if they asked an insightful question, it's then the chat you have with them for 10 minutes after the talk to discover that you basically, you like each other's story or you've learned something useful from each other, all that kind of thing you just don't get, unfortunately, online. Which is not to say we won't obviously do everything we can to make sure if you have joined us online, you'll still get a great experience. But
yeah, like, so I can talk a bit about some of the stuff that we're doing for our online experience. So basically, we'll be live streaming everything. So like, all of our talks are going to be live streamed to YouTube, and they'll be recorded as well. So if somebody does have a slower internet connection, they can always watch later. They can always like leave it to buffer and come back. If there's 3 talks happening at the same time, which there will be, like, you can watch one and then you can say like, oh, this next talk I'm not that interested in, let me just watch the recording of this one. So you have like a lot more flexibility because of that asynchronous nature. But then the other thing we're doing is we've got a Discord server. I love Discord. So we'll have a different channel for every single talk. So channel's like a chat room, and if you are in that chat room and you're talking about that talk and you're asking questions and you're vibing with the other people who are there, then the speaker also has access to that chat room and they can come back and they can talk to you. So they might not do it immediately because they're at the conference and they're probably getting like hoarded by humans who have questions in person. But that conversation is like the goal of that is to have like long and useful connections with people. And we're also going to be having like online open spaces. So a staple in many Python conferences is open spaces. And that is, that allows the community to self-organize around different topics that they're interested in and just say like, hey, let's meet in that room at this time and talk about whatever it is that you want to talk about. And then you can go and just like nerd out about whatever your thing is. So we'll do that online as well. So we're doing our best to make sure that there are lots of different ways to connect with people. Yeah.
And then maybe just on top of that, I'd note we also, for each talk, have an MC in the room whose job is basically to take questions from the floor, as in people in the room hand out the microphone. That MC is also asked to check for online questions to the speaker during the talk. So
yeah, so you'll get to take part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually wonderful. Congratulations.
Yeah, you're coming to the online one at least. So yeah, like if you can't make it to South Africa, then I hope that you'll join us online.
For sure. Though I'll try to get that if I can.
So for me, one of the biggest benefits of conferences is that like the stuff that happens outside of the talks. The term for that is the hallway track. It's like what happens just like outside the room, in between everything. And like open spaces have been very impactful for me, and just like random conversations with really, really impactful for me. That's kind of how I met Carlton and a bunch of other just incredible people. So yes, it is very, very much worthwhile. um,
Yeah, I love open spaces. I think that like the whole way track is really, I mean, and I actually think the whole way track is probably, like you were saying, the one of the best parts of the in-person part. I think there is an element for sure amazing to do it online, but there's just a different feeling about meeting people in person and having a casual conversation with someone. You know, I just think there's nothing really similar to that exactly online. So I just think there's so much value from it. And I think even with like, yeah, the open spaces, being able to talk about something that you're interested in that might be super niche, because like Python is not always like, not everyone is talking about Python. And like, you know, like my family is over now and I'm like, I can't talk to them about tech, which is, I mean, I do, but they're not interested in what I'm saying. So it's kind of nice to be around people who are like excited about the same things. You don't feel as like weird about it. And also something else that I was thinking about the other day, because I went to a meetup the other day and it was like on a topic that I kind of knew about, but I really didn't have the full, like I didn't feel like I understood the topic really well. And I found that like with these sorts of, with conferences, and even especially in these hallway, like these open spaces where people are talking about a niche topic, you might find yourself in a place where you're not fully understanding the topic, or it's like a topic that is a little bit outside of your depth. But that has been one of the fastest ways that I felt that I've grown my technical knowledge, is like being around people talking about the most complex idea or like theory about something, because it at least gives me the language that I need in my mind to pair with the idea, so that I can go back and be like, okay, I think I heard them talking about this, and so let me Google this, let me like look for this thing. And that's actually really helped me grow my personal technical knowledge, is just like putting myself around people that are talking about interesting things in tech, because I think you just grow faster that way, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I've personally been very strongly impacted by technical talk. So I was just like, let me go see what they're talking about here, and then I'm like, oh gosh, like I think that this technical topic is my religion now. Like I feel so strongly about it.
Exactly.
It's yeah, but that's cool. Like you show up and it plants a couple of seeds in your head, and you're like, cool, I can dig into this, I can dig into that. But I especially like that point you made about connecting with other nerds and weirdos.
Yeah, exactly.
Paraphrasing it.
Yeah, you're only a weirdo depending on who you're around. You know, at PyCon, you're not. You're amazing, and we love you if you're like us. So.
Yeah. Like I found like being a techie kind of isolating a lot of the time, because like who can you talk to in your personal life about this stuff? Like all your friends do other things, and you're just like, yeah, work is interesting, but you can't really go into it. But like the people that I've met through Python conferences have, like I have good friends that live in different continents and in different countries, and I can be like, oh, I've got this weird question. Can we just jump on a call and talk about it? And that's been really, really cool. And I feel close to these people, because I feel like supported in a very practical way, because I can go to them and I can ask them these questions, and they can come to me and they can ask me questions too. And maybe our paths will physically cross one day again, maybe not, who knows, but we're still connected. And it's that like shared mind space that's so cool. So it's not every day that we get to sit on a call with the vice chair of the Django Software Foundation. Could you tell us a little bit more about the Django Software Foundation?
Yeah. So Django Software Foundation is a non-profit organization which is based in the US. and it's supporting the Django framework. So we have 2 contractors, like now 3 contractors, who are working on make sure the security of Django, the maintenance, and all the contribution from all over the world. So it's mostly helping that. We also help the community, so by giving grants and make sure it's on the right path for Django and all the administrative stuff.
Yeah, powerful. I think it's especially like, so Django's been around for a long time, like a really long time. It's Django's birthday this year. How old is Django? Well, it's Django's birthday every year, but this is a special one.
20 years.
It's like the 20th.
Django is 20 years old, and that's old. And in Techland, where things change so quickly, a lot of people would see how old it is, and they'll be like, "Oh, it's not really, like maybe it's out of date or whatever." But the fact is, like, there are people working on it now and developing on it now, and it's still a framework that I rely on. Like, if I need to build a web anything, then it's like Django is the first thing I reach for, because it's so good. Like, they call it the web framework for perfectionists with deadlines. So one of the things I really like about Django is the fact that it's super secure. So, like, a lot of people are getting into LLM-based coding, and LLMs are known to introduce security flaws. Like, this is like, this is not my opinion. This is a fact. But if you have tools that have like good guardrails that keep you safe by default, then that doesn't matter as much. Like, it still matters. You still need to be careful, but it helps. It helps in a big way. Yeah. Hello, new guests. Welcome. So we've got some impressive. So first of all, we've got Dawn Wade. Oh, there's an echo.
Hi.
Okay, anyone's got an echo. Sorry.
Okay. I had this like dazed look when I streamed. I was like, "Oh, I'm live. Hi." It's been so good. So great watching you all for the past like 20 or so minutes. So on wages, she, her pronouns. I'm in Philly, and one of the people that I admire most in the community are already on this call, hanging out in the chat, and it's an honor to be here, and for just such a great occasion. So we'll keep moving, but I'm so thrilled.
Kind of you to say that about me, Dawn, but really it wasn't necessary.
I have growing appreciation for all of everyone on this call.
Yeah, so Dawn is the president of the Python Software Foundation, which is ridiculously hardcore, like crazy hard. I first met Dawn through the first ever Django Africa, so she was one of the organizers there, and I was also organizing, and we were on these online meetings, and I was just like, I had no idea who Dawn was, and then like I saw how she was showing up, and I saw that she was like interfacing with the Python Software Foundation. I was like, who is this person? And the more I found out about her, the more impressed I got. So she, again, president of the Python Software Foundation. She's a core team member of Wagtail, which is a content management system built on top of Django. So if you've ever been tempted to use something like, what's that PHP one? I don't remember. Gosh. Yeah, but like,
I don't know the PHP. WordPress.
Yeah, WordPress. Like, if you're ever tempted to use something like WordPress, consider not doing that, because Wagtail's so much better. It's different, but it's like it's so nice to work with. And she's currently the director of community and developer relations for Anaconda, which is also really, really hardcore. So yeah, welcome, Dawn. I'm so happy that you could make it. Oh, she went dark.
I am back though, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. And we have another guest as well, but I think, Kim, you know each other.
Well, in as much as we've met and interacted at conferences in South Africa, Benjamin is the lead software developer at the Center for High Performance Computing here in South Africa. Joburg, I think. Joburg-ish. I don't actually know where you're based.
Sorry, Benjamin, you've got like a weird your
Really?
audio.
Yeah, something coming out through the microphone somehow.
Are you watching the YouTube? Watching the YouTube that's coming through?
I'm not. I can try a different mic if this is a problem.
Thank you.
You might actually remember while Benjamin sets that up, Sheena, I think you were there, and Benjamin might have been as well. I had a real off-putting experience as the chair of PyCon ZA in 2023 or 2022 here in Durban, when we'd set the speakers up incorrectly, and I can blame no one but myself because I set the speakers up and I set them up incorrectly to have a bit of a delayed echo when I was using the microphone. So I spent the entire time introducing everybody, welcome to Durban, thank you for coming, everyone, good time, and I can hear my voice echoing to mine. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done. Looking back on the video now, I appear to have had several stiff drinks just because I was trying to accommodate myself. I swear I had, because it wasn't Thursday morning. But I think Benjamin will rejoin us in a moment, but yeah, that was hard work. But yeah, these technical difficulties do happen, but
Yeah, but
Sharing confidence is so is a huge task, not up to the challenge yet. And so it's to you for cheering confidence.
Your audio is also weird, Dawn. It's like breaking. I think maybe there's a connectivity issue.
What I caught Dawn saying is congratulations for chairing the conference, Sheena, which is obviously more of a biggie for you than me. I had 60 people in attendance. You're going to have a bit more than that.
I hope so. Yeah.
I'm just going to introduce Benjamin, who's rejoined us. As I was saying, he's the lead software engineer for the Center for High Performance Computing, which is part of the NICIS. And at one point, I did know what NICIS meant, and I have long forgotten, unfortunately, Benjamin, but you can presumably tell us. But Benjamin is based here in South Africa, has spoken many times at our PyCon ZA conferences, is a very, very sharp high-performance computing expert. Welcome.
Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Is my microphone working better now?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, no, great stuff. No, I'm really thrilled to be here and sitting here virtually with everyone. I'm super excited, to have this conversation and explain more about what we do at CHPC and Nikki's.
Okay.
And thank you to Ndiwe is on the ball. She's looked up NICIS for me, the National Integrated Cybersecurity Infrastructure Center, I'm guessing.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah.
So you're actually part of our sponsorship. So you're part of the people who support us. Could you tell us a little bit more about why you support things like PyCon Africa and PyCon South Africa in the past?
Sure. So, I'll give you a bit of history about CHPC first, then Nikki's as well. So, ultimately, we fall under CSR, and Nikki's is one of the main units, and it's the cyber infrastructure unit as part of CSR. Just a note, CSR likes acronyms, so you're going to hear a lot of acronyms, my little intro. But ultimately, we are, the CHPC specifically is a national supercomputing facility. So we provide compute and cloud resources to all South African universities, research organizations, government organizations as well as to the public. There's obviously a caveat, if you're a research institute and university or whatnot, we give those services for free. That's a nice little thing. Your taxes paid for that, so you can use these resources free. You need cloud or compute, you can come to us. But we also have, we have different branches part of Nikki's. It's not just to develop or provide the service, we need data and data management. That's our sister organization or department called DERISA. Then to handle the network and security, we have SANRE. So that forms part of our cyber infrastructure. And CHPC is just one of them. And to answer your question about why we support this event, obviously we are mandated by the government to support communities like this. Python, for example, is one of the key languages that our users and researchers use, and our infrastructure is primarily based on Python as well. We also do a lot of work, obviously not just in South Africa, but in the SADC countries. We have a long history with developing projects like the Square Kilometer Array project, for example, with various SADC countries. And also have, the HPC ecosystems project, which effectively deploys supercomputers in Southern African countries. So I think we have about 20 or so supercomputers we have deployed in various countries in Africa. And we get supercomputers from that have been decommissioned from America, and we deploy it here in Africa. And that's why we, super excited to be part of PyCon Africa. It's we want the community to grow and develop further.
That's fantastic. That's super cool. And like Square Kilometer Array is gigantic. So there's a lot that happens in South Africa, but it stretches out into Africa more broadly. So do your like high performance computing infrastructure work, does that also extend out into Africa in the same way, or is most of the processing happening here?
Well, the SKA project has been collaboration has been ongoing for many years. There has been collaboration to do processing and simulations with our compute cluster called Lingao. However, as the project has grown, I can't speak too much for the SKA project, but as it's grown, they've developed their own data centers and whatnot to do their own processing. But to answer your question on other SADC countries, they actively have been using our Lingao cluster for many years in various fields. So the SKA is just one of them, but I mean it's quite broad.
It's hardcore. I think that's the word. That's the right word, right?
With many questions. Bad jokes are entirely why I'm here. Next.
Yeah, they feed my soul. So Dawn is back with us. And something else that is worth knowing about Dawn is that she's one of our keynotes this year. So she's coming through to South Africa, and she's going to be doing a talk. Could you give us like a little bit of a hint about what you'll be talking about?
Yes. So the I'm revamping an existing talk that I gave a couple of times over, so you'll get the most perfect version. It is a long journey it's like a better together story on how the ecosystem has approached scientific Python. So the synopsis is about how Python is similarly like the second best language for everything, which means that there is a lot of connective tissue to other languages as well. There's also a very disparate group of people contributing and creating Python packages with all sorts of hairy dependencies, many of which include dependencies from other languages, and that's really prevalent in scientific computing. And so that package management and environment management story is not always been easy, but we have some like champions that have been coming out the woodwork to really reinvent, especially recently, the way that people interact with scientific Python and their environment management scenario, and a lot of the developer experience around that, the core of whenever you do a pip install or a conda install or a mamba install. So I think we are in for some really cool things, and a little bit of the end, not to give away too much, is encouraging people to jump in. And the water can get pretty deep, but there are a lot of great friends and life vests that can help you along the way. So I'm still tweaking the themes and trying to make it fun and visual and things like that. I don't want to recycle the same content, but I've gotten a lot of feedback every time I've given that talk, and it just makes it better and better, and I think it's going to be perfect for the Python Africa audience. I've seen amazing things every time I step onto the continent. People who've come up to me and tell me about devices or services that they've made using developer experience that I've just never thought of, with resources that I've never even considered. And it's amazing. Like there's a AI infrastructure application through WhatsApp that allows for texting, and then gosh, when I can find it, I'll share it with the group, and we can maybe put it in the notes or something. But it's amazing every time so I'm excited to see what I learn, and then if anything that I share can help unblock people into jumping in.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's super cool. Yeah, that's great. I'm just going to interrupt the flow for a moment while I bring Tandiwe back on, because we have another winner. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Tandiwe.
Hey. Hi.
Who's our next winner?
Yes, our next winner for the third prize is a JetBrains 50 euro swag voucher, and our winner is 50 euros. Imagine. That's the best prize. As well as yours, Shida. Your workshop is also awesome. But who doesn't want swag? Who doesn't want swag?
Who's the
Our
winner?
winner is Bernardo Catamanso.
Well done.
Well done.
Awesome. You're going to get yourself some fantastic swag. And thank you, JetBrains, for chipping in with some prizes. It's super, super cool of you. Yeah. So while while I have everybody's attention, again, like this is a donations drive, and we are hoping to use this opportunity to open some more doors for people. So we'll talk a little bit more about the impact that we're aiming to have. But if you are in a position to support some of what's happening here, then please go ahead. We do have another prize that we are going to give away. So we've done 3. This is number 4. So I'm giving away yet another workshop to a lucky winner. So you know the drill. Scan the QR code and fill in the form. I'll leave that up for a little while. Thank you, Tandiwe.
Awesome.
I'm going to jump in there if I can, Gino. And while because Dawn, you were saying, particularly talking scientific computing, this is right up Benjamin Street as well. So I'm kind of glad we got the two of you guys together. Because Benjamin's given talks at PyCons in recent years that I pretended to understand, but I'm not actually smart enough to follow. But Benjamin's got really deep level scientific stuff. So are we talking similarly, Benjamin? We're talking deep level, from your side coming up. I know we're getting a talk from you, which I'm looking forward to at the PyCon Africa. Yes. Are we talking deep level complicated stuff I won't understand again? Or,
what's your topic? It's a bit different. It's really high level, and I think applies to everyone. So how I kind of came up with my talk topic was well, first I didn't know what to talk about. I didn't want to be too technical this year. So I actually did a web scrape of all PyCons that is since 2012, all topics. And then of PyCon Africa as well since 2019. Looked at the topics or the sentiments, and I kind of realized one thing that hasn't been spoken about much is Python careers or careers in Python and related topics. So I thought that would be something to talk about, because that's quite something I like talking about. I guess maybe not passionate about it. Well, I am passionate about it because I've had an interesting, well, not a very orthodox approach to my Python career. I started as an electrical engineer, then worked in industry for 10 years, and now I'm a software engineer in Python. So obviously I'm a proud imposter as well in some ways, and my talk is about Python careers and how do you navigate this tech hype of AI and everything related, and especially with AI, imposter syndrome is even worse because people think they don't have that imposter syndrome anymore with AI, which is actually a problem. There's actually good things with having that doubt that you don't know something. So. Yeah, my talk is around Python careers and navigating this tech hype and doing it through education and various other aspects.
That's exciting and so necessary.
Cool. Very much so. I was going to point out and talk kind of small world stuff. I'm aware there's another talk from a chap who actually qualified as an electronic engineer who'll be talking about from a mid-level career about how you are not your own code. Basically, some unsolicited tips from developers for. And Sheena's laughing because it's me. It'll be my talk. So ours should overlap quite nicely. There is a lot of need for that kind of thing out there. We don't talk about it enough.
Yeah, I fully agree.
For the younger community, it's such a wild west out there. Like, well, what is the best language to learn? Is Python so relevant? Well, if you've got AI, then do you still need to learn to program? And all these questions that you're bombarded by social media. So hopefully, people that have been in the industry can guide those people, and it's also just have a discussion about it and get people's feedback.
When I first got into the industry or career, I started with like workshops and free tickets to conferences that were given by local organizations. And I really started local, but I had no idea what was going on. I just saw smiling faces and kind people, and some of them looked sustainably employed. And I said, okay, this looks like the right place to hang out. Kind of birds of a feather flock together mentality. And to switch to a different, at the risk of having conflating analogies, I would sit around, and I like to say that I learned through osmosis. I had no idea what was like what the Django REST framework was, and I had no idea what actions were, or cross-functional scripting, and I didn't know what things that I was learning. But the more that the languages or the buzzwords popped up, it started to sink in, and then I could connect the dots, and then I got confidence to ask questions. And that's one of the things that happens when you join conferences in person or online. Definitely you get the deeper value when you're in person, because you get to have this reciprocal get to know you phase, and sidle up next to someone while you're eating and ask them about what they're doing, and they explain something really complicated and erudite into a really simple way because they're the experts. If they're not explaining it simply, it means that there's some kind of disconnect between their expertise and the way to explain it. And you are absolutely capable of understanding complex topics given the right teacher. And so hopefully that's an option that you can get in person. And then when you're online, you get to see these people, and it's an inspiration, and it'll drive you forward, and you get to look them up. Go find their website or their GitHub and find the projects that they're looking at. And people always love it. Well, most of the time love it when you reach out and you say, I saw you online, you're working on something really cool, I'd love to learn a little bit more. And it makes the world just a little bit smaller. So I encourage everybody to attend and to donate. Join me in donating. I'll be donating as soon as I hop off of my hour here. Maybe you can match my $50 US. And enable someone to start a career like I did. It would, if it wasn't for the local Python users group, I would not be here.
Yeah, it's powerful. Earlier on, we were talking a lot about Django Girls and how it's impacted so many people, and I know it was it was impactful for you. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I think so. One of my favorite people on the planet is Rachel Calhoun, who is very heavily involved with the Django internationally. I think she started in Korea with Django Girls, and we have a very interesting parallel as well as advanced tracks. So she was hosting the Django Girls that I attended, and again, I was so nervous. I was very quiet. I was silently cheering every time I got something to not break as I was pushing forward with my Python code. And it's the first time I ever deployed anything in Python. Before that, it was a little bit of MySpace, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Still super important and gave me the fundamentals. But that Python jump was really exciting. And that was at DjangoCon US 2016 when it happened to be in my city. So I guess an extra shout out to all of the locals to South Africa interested in Python. If you want to get started with your journey, starting locally is really nice. And then after that, I got a kind of addicted to the success of getting something deployed, but didn't know where to go. And it was really hard to get my first full-time Python job. So I'm one of the stories where I'm not going to pretend like it was all sunshine and roses after that, but I kept at it. And it was the same group that I met in the very beginning that continued to help me through my journey. And again, Rachel Calhoun is one of my favorite people. Sarah Abderrahmane is in that great group of some of my favorite people who were there the whole time as I was trying to get through to this full-time career. And it's been a long road since then. I think that was maybe 5 or 6 years ago since I had my first full-time. I was freelancing and consulting for a number of years after that too, but full-time job in the community, and there's been a whole career since then too. So I'm happy to share more, but yeah, Django Girls was really the start of it.
Oh, that's powerful. And it's especially powerful because it's like you showed up and you learned some stuff. That mattered a lot, but what mattered more was actually meeting these people who would and meeting them again and building connections with them and getting their support and advice. And that's like, yeah, that fed you and you get to feed more people. And like, one of the things that really strikes me is the fact that things like that send shockwaves, not only like, it doesn't just change one person, it changes like the people that they interact with. So Dawn is now the president of the Python Software Foundation, and she makes a lot of impact in many lives. And she helped organize the first ever Django Africa, where there was another Django Girls that happened there. So the fact that Dawn had that opportunity, it sent shockwaves that like reached a different continent. That's freaking cool. Like that gives me goosebumps. Like legit, I have goosebumps. So yeah, it's
the Johannesburg in winter. That might be the goosebumps.
There's a comment from Kojo. Kojo says you can learn more through the power of friendship. Yes, yeah. Like,
true,
I
yeah.
learned so much from the people in the Python community. So
I was going to jump in with something. Sorry, I cut you off there, Dawn. But I was just going to one comment before we move on, because I think it ties into both what yourself, Dawn, and Benjamin were saying. One of the things I think we've touched on already, and it's maybe worth reiterating. Benjamin, you're talking about making a career out of this and so forth, and Dawn, you're talking about starting out and so forth. It is okay for this stuff to be hard. I think a lot of people look, particularly if you look at people giving talks at conferences, you think, well, they obviously know everything there is to know. And you see the kind of the experts working around, you think they must know everything. Even people in mid-level career and stuff, there's lots of stuff I don't know that I don't know. And lots of stuff I know I don't know, but without getting philosophical about it. But it's hard for, it's okay for this stuff to be difficult. It is supposed to be difficult. It's not easy. It's okay to think, oh shoot, I don't understand that. And then, it's okay to think, well, it'll take me, will I ever understand this? And ask yourself that question a month from now when you've studied the particular topic. And yes, you really do. And it's okay for it to be hard. And I think that's something we often lose sight of, I think, as junior, as younger guys watching people giving talks. There's two things you think, shoot, they know everything. And how on earth did they have the confidence to stand up there and do that? The confidence to stand up there and do that, you have to force yourself into. Most people, public speaking is terrifying, I understand. But the hard part you can fix by working on. Yeah.
Just showing up and facing it. Yeah, it's a big deal.
I think it's important of just joining the conferences. Just as Dawn said, just meet people. We sometimes think like software engineering is like, you're behind a laptop and you're in silos, but actually there's a lot of interpersonal skills you have to learn and speaking to people and whatnot. So conferences are a great way just to meet people and to learn from them and develop your skills. And as Kim said, the hard part is actually fun as well sometimes. It's like once you've like hit a milestone, you'll reach the next one. So that's actually really important. It should be hard. That's how we learn everything and anything. Otherwise, you wouldn't survive as a species. So that's like, this topic will come up again. Like AI there's pros and cons to it as well. But what Kim said, just makes things too easy for people. And I've saw it like last week. Somebody was vibe coding, and they're so confident that they know something. But what happens if your internet goes off? Like, what happens if you don't have that resource? Can you do it on your own? It's quite scary.
Yeah, it is. It
Yeah.
is. And I think also on that, it's like, go for it. It's cool. Go for it.
Okay, so usually whenever we have like workshops or when we have interns at our workplace, we'd find people like, struggle, and they usually hate errors whenever they, maybe something doesn't work. I try to tell them like errors are good. They actually guide you and teach you like what you don't know or what you should fix. And yeah, so they think it's hard and stuff, and I tell them like, yeah, it's part of the
Part of the
process. You
training.
have to like learn. Like it teaches you patience, and once you overcome that initial hurdle, you learn how to actually be patient and go through all these errors, and you get to learn more. I do have a question for Benjamin. You did raise an issue on careers. So I usually have a lot of students who ask me like, okay, what is the impact of AI in terms of the job markets? Will we get replaced as programmers and stuff like that? I'm curious on how you would answer that question if you ask. So.
You have to wait for the talk. It's something I will address. But it's a really important question, and everyone is speaking about it. I will give a slight answer to it, but I just wanted to, it's crazy ideas I thought about now. You mentioned about training and the errors. I think we should have a gamified way to actually encourage people to get errors. So you get like a little score if you got an error, right? And then because like all these online, programming, courses, they give you like, if you get the code right, you get like 50 points. But what about like, you get like a little point if you get an error? And then if you learn from that skill, I think that'll be something quite nice. You just spark something there.
Yeah, that's actually a nice idea.
Challenge people to make it's like write code that produces this back.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's to kind of touch on your question. It's really important to learn the foundations and of coding skills. I think AI is just a tool, just like we used to Google and go on Stack Overflow and copy the code and try it out. Now AI is just another tool that you can try and use. But ultimately, if you want to make yourself marketable, if you want to make yourself, a good software engineer or developer, you have to learn the skills. There's I guess a saying, that like, AI will people that use AI will replace those that don't. I would add on to that, people that use AI but know the fundamentals will ultimately, be the have the best foundation going forward.
Yeah. We have a new guest. I'd like to introduce Kutsai, and a couple of the people here know Kutsai. He's been around the Python community a bunch. I saw him a couple of weeks ago in Tanzania again, because he was there for Django Africa. And I've just been struck by a few things about Kutsai and his journey. So firstly, he's a software developer, and he's from Zim, and he helps to organize PyCon Zimbabwe, which is quite a big deal. We've had a couple of people involved with PyCon Zimbabwe on the call already. But something I especially like, and something that I'd like to drill into and talk about, is passion projects. So Kutsai is working on, Kutsai likes basketball, like a lot, like more than the average person, by quite a few miles. And so he's got this open source project called ShotGeek, which is around like answering questions about basketball stats. And it's so cool because it's like the amount that you learn from just picking up like passion projects is astounding. And those skills serve you forever and ever. And I think it's like, it speaks to what you were talking about, Benjamin, about like how, like building skills as a junior. And if you want to get into a position where you can get hired, you need to actually build some stuff and show your worth. And like there aren't a lot of there are a lot of struggles around junior level jobs. But the way to stand out is by showing that you can actually do something, like prove your worth. Don't just list a bunch of certificates. And so, like, I wanted to bring Katsai on just to talk about the power of passion projects and how they've grown him and how he encourages other people to grow through passion projects. Welcome, Katsai.
Yes.
Welcome,
Firstly, I'm super excited to be here. Thanks for having me, guys. I've been watching like all this time, and it's just like super cool seeing all the different people coming, and I'm like, oh, I know that person, and hearing what everyone has to say. Also, shout out to Marlene and Anna, my fellow PyCon Zim peeps. So yeah, with the with fashion projects, yeah, I think you hit everything like on the nail, Sheena. Like, it's a great way to learn, but I think for me, it's also been a great way to introduce myself, like to people and to the community as well. Um, I forgot. Yeah, so for example, Don Uncle here, good friend of mine, and we've connected a lot like through ShotGeek, and it was a great entry point for me to be like, because Don's like doing all this amazing stuff, and it's like, oh, how do I like approach someone like this, you know? But if you've got something that you've built that you really care about, that you've put a lot of work into, it's easy to then like have that as a conversation starter and then build relationships through that. And then also because of its open source nature, you get to work with a lot of really amazing people and like learn a lot of things and do things that you might not get to do like in your regular job. It's like right now, we're going to release version 2 of ShotGeek. It's gonna have new features and like some new updates, like super cool. Yeah, and it's been really fun because like I've had a lot of people contributing who have just been doing like really nice quality of life updates, giving me ideas and it's just been like, you know what, this is actually a whole new short geek. It's not the same one anymore. And it's like this is version 2. So like I'm really excited about that. But yeah, the journey is just like super rewarding. I encourage everyone, especially people that are starting off, like figure out, and this is part of my talk for PyCon Africa, but like figure out where your passions are and then just like lean into it and see what you can build with it, because you can build a lot with Python, with Django, yeah, technology.
If I can interject with a question for everyone on the call, because it seems like a theme that almost all of us have talked about a little bit, but I'd love to get more into it with Kim and Sheena as well. But I heard Benjamin and Kudzai, and maybe I know a little bit more about Kudzai, so it's a cheat code. We've started with different chapters and then moved into this chapter of our life that is Python and engineering that brought us onto this call and give us some expertise at some point. And whether it was deeply technical chapters like electrical engineering that you started with, Benjamin, or being an entrepreneur, starting your own business like you have, Kudzai. I've done a little bit of that too, and that's where we bond. I'm interested in I give this advice a lot of like, even though it feels like you're starting something new and you're starting from zero, you're always bringing the skills that you used before. You're still a human on this earth with a lot of different capabilities and faculties. And I'd love to hear from this call, like, what skills did you bring from before software engineering that you're bringing into the software engineering? Or did you just come out the womb just coding? So I would also love to hear that too, if that's someone here.
Yeah, I mean, I'll happily chip in there. But one thing I would notice, I actually I did the electronic engineering equivalent to Benjamin's electrical engineering. So where Benjamin does high current stuff, I have a 12-volt limit in what I studied. But I spent a lot of my career writing C code in a factory of all things that manufactured television satellite decoders here in South Africa. And I think one of the things that stood me in good stead, and I don't know if I would say it's difficult to say without making sound like a graybeard old man developer story, but when I started, longer ago than I care to admit, at the factory, we had very nice fast computers and so forth, and it took 20 minutes to compile our C code, and it took 20 more minutes to download it to the hardware on my desk. So every time I made a change, I was looking at 40 minutes at least. So I read everything 6 times. I see Benjamin nodding along. You read everything 6 times. You double check it, you triple check it, you check it again, and you check it the 4th time, because 40 minutes is a lot of investment in your day. If you slice your day into, even if you work 8 hours, you're going to do that 10 times at most. And that's it. There's your day done. And when I left 13 years after that, about 8 years ago, everything was in memory, so the changes were immediate. You made your C changes and you said run, and it ran. Now that just meant not so much that I wrote better code than my newer colleagues, or that they wrote better code than I did, but it means it's a change in approach. They didn't check everything carefully. They just hit run, and if it didn't work, they corrected the bug and they hit run again. Whereas I probably still have that habit of rereading my code, my Python code, more times than I probably need to double check that it's all right, because in the back of my brain is the subconscious saying 40 minutes about to be invested here. Now that's not true, but I can't get rid of that habit, and I'd like to think it served me well over the career, because I'm old school C electronic programmer. I still think like that, and I think it makes me very careful, maybe a little bit slow, but it's just one of those things that gets ingrained, as depending on how your career progresses.
Awesome. Makes sense. That's. I think that care is valuable. I've taught a lot of people to code, and a lot of folks have the habit of almost like coding with a hammer. They're like, it doesn't work, hit it, doesn't work now, hit it. And eventually it works, but sometimes, but taking that care to like really understand every single line and what it's doing and what its intention is, that is gold. And I wish that more people had that. So that's super powerful. Yeah, my story is quite different. Like I started learning to code when I was in high school. I learned Turbo Pascal from some books, like mostly sitting in my room with only the books and not a computer, and like reading the stuff and like trying to understand it and being like, okay, it sort of clicks together. Then I like got a really awful job so I could buy a computer at one point, and like I just really wanted to get into code. I also studied electrical engineering, and I also went the light current route, so the 12-volt cap. But I loved the coding aspect. So I spent some time doing some stuff in power stations, where I was doing PLC programming. So that's like quite low level. At university, we did C and C++ and things like that. But I coded on the side for money. And at one point, somebody was like, can you do this Django project? And I was like, yes, I can. Quick, what's Django? And that was my introduction to Python. And it was so good for me. It was so like I tried a bunch of languages by that point. And since then, I've been like, Python's my love language. It's so good.
Python's great.
So the other thing that I bring to the table is teaching. Like I've always been teaching people stuff. Like even when I was a little kid, I was like, I'd come home from school and then I'd teach my little brother like maths. Like I'd take him through all the mathematics that I was learning, and I'd like give him homework. And I loved that. And I taught. I did a lot of tutoring when I was in school, and I taught a bunch of sports as well. I'll get into a thing and then I'll go and teach other people that thing. So for me now, I do software engineering, but I love the teaching aspect of it. That's where my heart's at. Yeah, so that's me, I suppose. I can also talk a little bit about just how I got into the Python community. I wanted to get into teaching code, and I wasn't really sure how to get started. I was like, I want to start a code school, but that means I will need desks and HR and telephones and all this boring non-teaching stuff. And there's all this craft, and then there's teaching in the middle that I'd get to do a little bit of. And so I was wrestling with that in my mind, and just doing a bunch of freelance work. So there was a PyCon South Africa event, and they were like, you can apply to run a tutorial. I was like, YOLO, let me do this. And the way PyCon South Africa was working was that you could set a price for the workshop that you wanted to run. And I was like, I just want people to come. So I made it as cheap as possible. I think I charged 50 Rand, which is $2, because I had to charge something. And because mine was the cheapest, it was full of these students. And they approached me afterwards, and they were like, hey, we're from this place. It's like a boot camp thing, could you come run a workshop at our boot camp? And I did that, and I liked it, and I ended up working there and just like learning a lot about education and how to teach well and how to set people up for career success. So like the stuff that you were saying, Benjamin, about like trying to give guidance to folks who are starting out, like it's also very, very close to my heart. But yeah, so my passion for education and the experience that I got in it is something that has shifted my career in a big way. So now I've got my own business. I do training, but I also work with the Python Software Foundation. So I'm involved in the education and outreach work group, which is lovely. And I have another community called I started another community called the Guild of Educators, which is all about just the craft of teaching code. And there is a craft to it. It's not like if you just know the stuff, it doesn't make you automatically like a good teacher. There's a lot more to it than that. And it's such a deep rabbit hole and so interesting. So I'm all about empowering teachers. Yeah.
Cool. So maybe I'll that's great. Yeah. So maybe I'll just add two things to like Dawn's question. The first one is just the mentoring aspect that I really valued starting out as an engineer. The first job I could find, I worked at FlightScope, and the manager there, he told me like my job is to make you like an engineer that's gives value, and he really mentored me. Tom Johnson, shout out to him. He was a great mentor to me, and that just gave me the confidence to make mistakes and carry on. And I think we can probably all relate to it. We probably all also had certain mentors, maybe to some degree, and now we feel we need to share that skill. Some case you don't have a mentor, and you find a way to feel, okay, I'm going to be different, and I will help people. So I think just mentorship through my career just really helped me. But ultimately, to kind of also comment on what Sheena said, like I was also doing a lot of C++, but when I got into Python, I was like, I'm not letting go of this. I'm moving to Python, and it just to quote David Campy, it completes my circle of joy. To have an idea, and then you can write something, and you get an idea very quickly in code. The other thing I would say, just from my formal engineering background, that it was lacking was a lot of software aspects, which are key. So many engineers have these fundamental ideas, but when they have a product or something they want to market it or whatnot, how do they do that, right? Like how do you create a website, right? So simple aspects of like, I have a product, how to market it, just build a website. Just building a website, I mean, I learned that from scratch myself mostly. It's such an important aspect to or a skill to have that engineers are just generally don't have. So these are things important to also understand. There's a cross, these domains have value in both, and that's why I still value like the engineering I learned, but I mean there was limitations to it.
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
one thing, and then sorry, Kudzai, one quote to follow on to Benjamin, and then I'm going to ask you to round us off, Kudzai. And how's it, Andrew? We're just good to see you. One quote I've heard often in the engineering space, but it applies equally well as a software development, is that the primary output of a senior engineer is another new senior engineer. Similarly, the primary output of a senior software developer is another new senior software developer. That is what it's about. We are supposed to be turning out new sets of people to basically take our jobs, without being a bit too facetious about it. Sorry, because you were gonna.
Yeah, that's really good. So I was thinking about Don's question, and I feel like my background is so varied. Like I came from, in my undergrad, I studied like international relations and industrial sociology. And then I did a bit of business and marketing. So I kind of take bits and pieces from everything. But the one aspect I think that's carried with me like throughout my journey has been just like desire to just like do the thing that I want to see. So, for example, Short Geek, I was looking for a project like that, like a project based on the NBA that was open source, and I couldn't find one. So I basically created it and said there might be someone who also wants something like that. And then also like with mentorship, I always wanted a mentor. A mentor. I remember I would tell my friends like, I just want someone to mentor me and just like guide me, help me out with like my career and everything. And I always had a hard time finding one. Now I have many, and I'm really grateful for that. But like when I was starting off, that didn't happen, and that kind of led me into like teaching and mentorship, especially with code, which I was really surprised by. And something I really enjoy. I've done like a few projects like Stanford Code in Place, where I've done section leading with that. It's been really fun. I've done a couple of workshops in Zim, Intro to Python workshops, which has been great. And it's something that I want to keep like working on and like building around, because I think something I've noticed throughout this call is that a lot of people got introduced to Python and development through like these types of initiatives like Django Girls, like workshops, and like, a place where you have an interest, but you're not sure, and you just want a space where someone can guide you and help you along the journey and introduce you to these concepts. And then you can become, the chair of the Python Software Foundation one day, or, you can start a Juggernaut space, all these other things, So yeah, that's, yeah, I don't
Awesome.
know.
Thanks.
Don't know how best.
I'm going to quickly take a moment to introduce our next guest who's joined us, Andrew. Welcome. Andrew Turpin is the owner and director. Am I right in saying? Yes, owner of Cybermint. I've forgotten. It's Cybermint Pty Limited. Cybermint. There we go. As a company here in South Africa, as a consulting and investment holding company. He is one of our local sponsors. We've interacted with Andrew many times at various PyCon ZAs and PyCon events and so forth. And I had a bunch of questions to ask you, Andrew, about Cybermint, but we're actually going to divert slightly and dive into straight asking you exactly what we've just been discussing. What got you to this point in Python what got you into Python, and what was your career progression? Because I suspect it was a bit different to the rest of us.
Yeah, no, I think it would be. I fell into Python, and then I just never fell out of it. So when Cybermint has a very long history, and in fact, you were struggling over the name, but it actually comes from the 2000s. My mate and I, Celil and I, started a business in the 2000s, and we were looking for a name that represented where we wanted to go and what we wanted to do in the financial services sector, but also one where we could get the domain name. And he went on a search for weeks to find one. And anyway, he came back, he was so proud of himself that he had found this name. And it was so precious that I kept it. I kept it alive all the years. And then, half a decade ago, I revived it and continued to use it.
Mm-hmm.
When I revived Cybermint, we were developing in .NET, C# and so on, just before COVID basically. And we went into COVID, and I had a lot more time, as I suppose many people did, because our lives changed, and I started to get more and more into Python, just for exploration reasons, and I fell in love with it. And the more I started to use it, the more I liked it. But then, when I introduced my team to it, they were incredibly productive. They were incredibly, they just did a much better job with Python than they were doing with C#. And it fit my personal philosophy. I'm probably a libertarian at heart, certainly in behavior. So it fit my own personal philosophies a little bit better than. So I have a lot of respect for many different programming languages, and you can see from the grey, if it comes through on the video, been exposed to a few over the years. But there was something about Python that just felt like in 2020, 2019, that we were on the cusp of it being a very important language, and that's what's happened. I mean, it could have gone differently. Could have been a different story, but it wasn't. And now we are exclusively a Python shop. I still have some interests in Java, but generally it's Python.
Which part of the Python philosophy struck you? Is it we're all adults here? I assume it's that. Am I right?
Yes, and also I'm not sure if I'm going to express it correctly, but a thing only needs to be as complicated as it needs to be, and not more.
Simple is better than complex.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
And what I've seen is, I've started watching this is German engineer. He does a nice. I wish I could remember people's names, but he does a nice show, and he talks about how things are changing in Python. And I'm starting to get a sense of how things are evolving in the language, and it's actually getting better. I mean, we saw in this period now, we've seen the introduction of types, of type hints, but we over. It's just getting better. So the way you used to do a thing, now the way you do it is better. It's just getting better. I don't do a lot of coding anymore myself. Okay, that's also not entirely true. I don't do a lot of professional coding myself. I can't help myself. So I often do a lot of prototyping, and then I'll give it to someone who's much better at coding than me to go and have a look. And I have a particular interest in cryptography, which Python gives me very low barriers to entry to work with the space of cryptography, because I can have the concepts and the ideas, and I want to implement and prototype and play with them. It's much easier to do that in Python than anything else, and you're just more productive. And for me, that's really what it's about. It's what you're going to. The journey is enjoyable, but the product is achievable. So,
that's what I do. That's what I do a lot in developer relations these days. Is like small, concise projects, and that's one of the things that I think I've taken from my previous life is in business and project management. Into software development the last decade and some change is iterative processes, and Python and the really quick and efficient workflow. It's very flexible, lets you iterate quickly and build something like a MVP, a minimum viable product, very quickly, and then kind of set your direction. So I appreciate that 100% on that, Andrew.
So there's this thing. I mean, you were talking, because I didn't hear what it was that you were trying to do, but you were looking for a community, couldn't find one, so you started something. But this thing of community, I've always thought about open source that you really should try and find a project and support it. You shouldn't cause hundreds of small projects to spring up that all do the same thing. It's good to have 3 or 4 because it keeps everybody on their toes and produces better quality software. I mean, it's one of the things. You can inspect the code, it produces better quality software, etc. And it's one of the reasons why I've always fallen in love with the open source paradigm. I also believe it's under threat, and I have been doing some thinking about 2027, 28, and I actually think we're already on the cusp of no more open source. So I do think that we need to defend it at every turn. That means we need to support the open source initiatives that are out there. If I have a look at the sort of global trends, and I think about what's happening as everything turns into services. Hi, Sharon.
Hey, Sharon. Dawn wants to quickly. Oh, okay, cool. Let me introduce Sharon real quick. All right.
Well, I think Andrew, you were going to just.
I've got lots of ideas. They will keep flowing. Don't worry.
Well, I think it's worth noting he'll be with us in PyCon in Joburg as the current president of the PSF. So we'll have plenty of opportunity to unpack all sorts of ideas here. But I don't want to kind of derail what you were saying there, Andrew, as well. But yeah.
Yeah. So.
Can I take a moment?
Yeah.
Just
Let's introduce Sharon, and then we can explore some ideas.
Perfect.
Awesome, sweet. So I invited Sharon to take part in this because I just love her story a lot. So we met 2 years ago at the first Django Africa. Like, so many great things started at Django Africa 1. And Sharon was there, and at the time she was, young and pregnant, and trying to figure out what to do next and that kind of thing. And she was, I think at the time you were busy interviewing with Canonical. And now she is a technical author working for Canonical, and she says it's her dream job, which is fantastic. So she's actually, her boss is joining us later on in the call, and he's also fantastic and a big part of the African Python story. But something that I find especially interesting about Sharon and her story is, like, I think it can inspire a lot of people, because Sharon, she followed passions and she took chances and followed her curiosity instead of always just like going for what was expedient. She turned down jobs that did not, that were not aligned with her principles, and aimed for just what suited her well, and ended up making a very big success of it. So yeah, I appreciate that you were able to join the call, Sharon. And I think it's especially cool because, now Katsai's on the call with you, and he's very much about passion projects and following curiosity, and so are you. So welcome. I just want to finish off the conversation that we were just having, because I think Dawn wants to add something on about the Python Software Foundation's view of open source and whatnots.
Thank you, Sheena. Please go ahead. Sorry if I interrupted anything.
No, you did not.
So thrilled you're here. We also have another friend of yours, so I don't want to speak too long and interrupt the additional introductions. But it's a great through line that Andrew is making. So there's a blog post that we've posted from the Python Software Foundation. It will also kind of news that we are taking a pause for the financial grants that we'll be giving mostly to events for a full calendar year. And that's shaken up the community a bit for understandable reasons. And we wouldn't have done this if it wasn't really imminent and important for us for the sustainability of the Python Software Foundation to take a pause and reevaluate how we're spending. But it came from an amazing thing that's happened in our community. The success of the community and the proliferation means that it had put more pressure on us to continue to support like we have always done. And I know we're going to get back to it, but we're also talking about the ways that companies invest in Python, and then the way that the Python, the Software Foundation, and other organizations like EuroPython and Asia Python, Python Brazil, large organizations across the world continue to invest back out into these smaller initiatives. So I think it's really important to evaluate the growth and maybe the constriction of the ecosystem and where the money's coming from and how to continue sustainability. I recommend some podcasts like Talk Python is a really great one that will talk about some of these things. But there's another one called Sustain OSS, which is more general and it's not just about Python. a bunch of other ones, but definitely like look at these different sources of information that I will talk about open source and Python, to understand the community that you may be just getting a part of, or you could be an expert in, but haven't really rolled up your sleeves to become an expert, or to contribute. So my main point was that it's coming from everywhere. We're all seeing a shift where the money is going, where it's heading to. And as the director of community and developer relations at Anaconda, and I could talk a little bit more about work, but it's Saturday, so I don't have to talk too much about it. I get to see a whole bunch of open source projects that we've supported over the past decade and some change, to varying degrees. Well, there's also some critiques on how companies come in and manage these projects and help and contribute. And so I think I've learned a lot, and I've also gotten a lot from my peers on what health in open source looks like. I lean to Chaos Project as well. So anyway, there's tons of experts, many of whom are on this call, and I'm always open to talking about these things. So if you're here, and I think I'll be dropping off the call in only a few more minutes, but if you ever want to talk about the sustainability of open source and specifically Python, I'm all ears, and love those hallway track conversations.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Dawn?
That was my long spiel. It was supposed to be shorter.
No, it wasn't long at all. It was perfect. Thank you. I'm just going to quickly introduce Michael Kennedy, who's doing this as well. You may not necessarily know what Michael looks like, but you've almost certainly heard him. He has done 500 plus episodes of the Talk Python podcast, if I'm not mistaken, Michael, which...
yeah, 10 years. Hey, Kim.
10 years. Good grief. How's it going, Michael? Good to see you.
Yeah, hello, everyone. It's great to be here with you.
Talk Python, I probably do not need to describe to you. If you have never listened to it, you should start. It is possibly the best source of, well, I was going to say it's the best source of Python news, but I'm conflating that with Michael's other more news-based podcast, which has also been going for many years. Talk Python is a very excellent, pretty much weekly interview with somebody on something Pythonic, and you will pretty much never listen to an episode without learning something interesting and new. Or at least that's the way I find it. So, Michael, thank you for joining us. Lovely to have you.
Yeah, thank you for the kind introduction. And yeah, Kim and Sheena have both been on, and who knows, maybe some other folks in this call at some point will be. Yeah, it's, you know what I think, you touched on the news aspect. I think what I would like to emphasize about this for people who are out there listening, you know, they're listening here to find community, right? For PyCon Africa and everywhere, right? But one of the, I think the big things that podcasts in general bring is they bring a little bit of that community. And I heard earlier, y'all were talking about the hallway track. It brings that to people in places that are more isolated than those of us that are lucky enough to travel to international conferences and all that kind of stuff, right? Like I've heard from people in Africa, and I've heard from people in rural Vermont say, I really love listening to your podcast because I have no one else to talk to. I'm the only developer that does Python, or I live in a small town and there's no user groups to go to. So not necessarily my podcast, but podcasts in general, I think form a really interesting way to bring a little bit of that to everyone, no matter where you are.
That is powerful.
Oh, for sure. Thanks.
Powerful.
Yeah.
So before you arrived, we were talking about a lot of different things, but something that I'd like to maybe drill into a little bit is the role of passion projects in building up different skills. And you've spoken to so many people. How have you seen much around people using passion projects as a way to kickstart their careers, or passion projects that ended up being like big, awesome, fantastic things?
Sure. I mean, name a lot of the famous open source things that we all use every day, right? Flask, Django. I know I heard you talking about how much you love Django and it was your go-to. And yeah, we had Sarah on earlier. Yeah, I think a lot of these projects were passion projects until they were not, and they became foundational for the ecosystem. I do think it's a little bit hit and miss. I see a lot of people who say, hey, I created this project, and I look at it and I think, oh, that's pretty neat, but you know, it's got 3 stars, and as much as they love it, it's not going to make a dent in their career in a big way. It still is very powerful to say when you apply or you're looking for something, you say, here's my repo, my GitHub profile, and you have real work there. That is huge. I think also just apps, websites, other things that you could build. If you were ever sitting around thinking, gosh, I really wish there was an app or a website or an API that did this, well, maybe there's your next educational project, right? Yeah, exactly. And I've got some, like the podcast basically was that for me.
I was going to say that's Talk Python, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It was, and I will tell you stuff, and I'm more comfortable telling this stuff 10 years out than I would have been 6 months in. I didn't know what I was doing. I really didn't. I mean, I created the website, and I was pretty good at making websites because that's a lot of us, right? Yeah. And I didn't know how to host the website. I built it up and pretty quick. I'm like, well, but now what? I don't know what to do, right? I don't know how to host Python websites. So I use Python Anywhere, which now was owned by Anaconda, and actually was just like a really simple way to get started because I literally only knew a few things I learned from my passion project. But you layer it on, and I think it's super valuable. If you're sitting around thinking, gosh, if I could get a job doing X, I think the 0 to 1 step in a career in programming is absolutely the 90% of the career challenge. If you can get that first job and get that experience, then it just starts rolling. You make connections, you have evidence of what you've done. But in the beginning, people are like, well, why should we trust you, right? That first step is hard. And so if you're having a hard time making that first step, just go, okay, well, what do I care about? Let me just spend an hour or two a day on that for a month or two and see what happens. And then you have something really amazing to show. And maybe maybe you don't even need to get a job. Maybe that is your job, which is even better if you get lucky. Yeah. Anyway, that's my first thoughts on what you asked about. Yeah.
So, Michael, there is a correlation between what you're saying and what happens in the world of entrepreneurs as well. One of the things you hear people say is, if you want to solve a problem for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in many respects, what you're describing is also that the passion project is a thing that you're solving for yourself. So it harnesses some of the same energy that an entrepreneur harnesses at a business level. You're harnessing at a code level.
And kind of scratch your own itch.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think even if you build an open source project that only has 3 stars, there's real benefit in it because you built the thing and you can show that you built the thing. And like a lot of people get trapped in this like tutorial hell where they just like follow these like golden paths laid out by tutorial authors, and then they're like, yeah, I've got these skills, but it's like, no, you don't. You've got skills when somebody's holding your hand and showing you what the next step is. But if you can build something like clone something that exists, like find something and be like, how like can I build that? Then you can demonstrate specific skills, and you'll learn you'll learn what is off the beaten track, and you'll demonstrate grit and stick-to-itness and things like that. So I do think passion projects are worth pursuing, even if it's just like your weird thing. You learn so much. But I think
the other thing is, I feel like you never really know where something is going to take you, and I feel like a lot of people like to think about the end goal too much, and it's like just go one step at a time. And for a long time, I feel like you're just kind of wandering around, like, I'm working on this thing, it's just me, I'm the only one doing it. And then one day someone just says, hey, dude, this is really cool. And they tell someone else about it, and then it just grows. And now you're speaking at an international conference, or you're on a podcast, or, doors are just opening, all because of this one project that you started. And that's like, mental stopper.
So Sharon, I want to give you some airtime as well. I want to so I wanted you here because I think that your story will inspire people, and I think the thing that Ty just said about sometimes you pick up a project or you pick up a task and you don't have really an end goal in mind. You're just kind of doing it because you're curious about this right now. And those kinds of things can chain up and turn into something marvelous. Could you share a little bit about your own story and how you ended up where you are now at your dream job?
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Shina. So I totally agree with Kudzai. Most of these things that you do, passion projects, for most people, there's usually not really an end goal or of any kind. Sometimes it's just out of the curiosity and out of adventure. But then in the end, I think when you follow those things because you actually love doing them, somehow in the end they converge, and then you realize, well, this is what I wanted to do all along. So my own story is that I did not start out thinking that I would be here even today, because I liked writing. I used to write a lot since in primary school, high school, and then at university, I used to write blogs. And then, but even before that, when I did not ever dream that I would be in the software world or world of computers, because I didn't even know how to use one. I had never owned one before, and I think sometimes you may not have the opportunity or the luxury. You might not even know that you like something because you haven't had exposure to it. But then once you do, you might feel like sometimes maybe it's too late to do this, and then you might just leave it. For example, I've I used a computer for the first time, just basic functions in university. And by then I was already studying a different degree, economics and statistics. And then, I noticed that, I enjoyed using the computer, but it would have been easy to just say, I'm already doing this other thing. So yeah, there's no point of, there's no way that I could ever, switching even a course, for example, is so difficult here in Kenya because first of all, we have this government sponsorship program that pays for you to do a specific course. And if you discover in the middle that you don't want to do that course, then you can't just switch. You have to forfeit that sponsorship and then start all over again. I don't in Africa, many people do not have that privilege of even pursuing higher education, and those that do, those of us that were lucky enough, most of the time it's very targeted to just finishing school and then getting a job, and then there's responsibilities waiting for you. And to maybe drop out of school or change a course just out of the blue, it doesn't make any sense. It does not. And for example, changing a course for me in that situation meant that I would have to go back and tell my parents that now they have to pay for me because the government is not going to pay for me anymore. And I have to explain why, and that they would not understand that. Not many parents would understand that. And I did not even dare telling them, because unless they watch this live stream, which I don't see a chance of that happening, they'll never find out, because it's just not an option. So, a friend of mine was learning programming when we were in first year, and then after a few months, he actually got an internship in a small firm for a software internship. And I was so curious to know what he was typing, and how did this even make sense? How do computers work? And how he actually dropped out of our course and went ahead and he pursued his own curiosity. And I really liked that. And I went to him and asked if he could teach me to do what he was doing. And he was gracious enough to do that. So we used this computer for a long time. And then after a while, it was time to get my own computer. So again, my course was mostly theoretical. And I had to justify getting a computer. I had to justify telling my parents that I need a computer. So that was not an option. So I looked for gigs. I was just like, they were writing gigs because that is what I knew. That's what I could do. And then after a while, I bought my first computer, and then after a few more years, like one more year, I started learning HTML, CSS, JavaScript, because that's what I was told. I was told that if you want to be a programmer, you have to start with HTML, and then you go to CSS, and then JavaScript. So that's what I did. I had very limited information, and I was just like doing what the two people I knew in programming were telling me. So that was it. And then I did not complete my course in time. It took me 8 or 9 years. It was partly because of strikes and other things, but also because of this sort of confusion. Because it seems like that. Like when you pursue random things, it might seem like a lack of focus, and you're confused. You don't know what you want, which is true. I honestly did not know what I wanted at that point, because the only reason I picked the economics and statistics course is just because I liked statistics. I really did, and economics sounded fun. But I didn't know what I wanted to be. Like when you asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? I still didn't know. I was just like following things and seeing where they go. But in truth, it's not possible for everyone. I just want to acknowledge that I was very lucky that I was able to do that. Many people do not have that luxury of experimentation because, like I said, like some people, maybe their parents depend on them, their families depend on them to finish school, get a stable job, and do that, and they will probably never follow that curiosity. In my case, my elder siblings had already jobs, and they're helping out at home. So I'm guilty to say that I did not have that obligation. I could help what I wanted, but it did not depend on me. So I had that luxury of just experimenting on things. And I don't. What was your question? I forgot.
That was great.
Can I add something?
Yes, because
Yeah, so Sharon, something you've been mentioning is just like raised a thought in my mind about how the differences between like the developer community like in Africa on the continent versus like overseas. So when I attended like PyCon US last year or JanCon US, it's very technical. Everyone knows what's going on, and it's like boom, boom, boom. You introduce to new stuff, and it's like wow, it's like overload, especially PyCon US, it's like crazy. You almost get burnt out by the information. But then on the continent, so I didn't attend PyCon Africa last year, but I'll be there this year. It's awesome. But like JamCon Africa and like other African PyCons, it's almost like we have to have a different approach to it because things like what Sharon mentioned, where people don't have it's almost a luxury to like enter into this career path because you need the resources to get the laptop. You need the time to learn, and learning means you're not working, you're not earning, money, you're not surviving, and it's like almost a trade-off of like, okay, how do we do this? How do we learn and get people into this world of technology of Python when they have to make these life decisions, that isn't necessarily the case overseas. And then the issue of funding as well, where we can't hold conferences. Like this year, we didn't have PyCon Zim because it's like, well, the funding is going to be an issue. How are we going to raise funds? And I'm really happy, Andrew, your company is a local company that's sponsoring, that's like amazing. That's what we want ideally, but we don't have that same ecosystem locally. So I just want to get everyone's thoughts about that. Like, what do you guys think in terms of, those challenges and how can we navigate them?
Yeah, it's so tough. Like Zim has that issue, Namibia has that issue. I know that there's a Mozambique community as well, but I haven't interacted with them much. And I assume that the issues are the same, where it's just like the Python ecosystem isn't there yet. Like you don't have businesses that are thriving, that have something to give back and have something to share. And so, like, I think showing up for these communities, like physically being there, is so powerful. I mean, like one of the things that comes out of Sharon's story, like another piece of luck that she had, was that she knew some people and she could look over their shoulder and be like, what's that you're working on? Can you show me? And so many people don't have that. So just having people to seed that curiosity is a powerful thing. And then having, I think the other thing that's really difficult is that because software development isn't like a known career path that people like understand and the parents support and things like that. Like if somebody wants to go into it, they'll be like, what are you doing? Like, so it gets shut down. People who don't necessarily understand. And so Sharon was a bit of a rebel and that built her career.
Yes, I am. And yeah, I was not popular. Even with my friends, they thought I was crazy. And yeah, some of them really, they were concerned about me. Yeah. Even parents, I don't really have an answer to them when they ask you, like, you're always on your computer, what are you doing? And you just say, well, computer things, because it's just easier to say that.
We do have things. I mean, I'm going to sound like I'm old now, but your generation could say have resources that we never had. So I'm going to just take you back. I'm sure that anyone watching this live stream that is similar to my age, or maybe Kim's age, will have had this experience. When we started out, we had to find a book. The first code that I wrote on paper and I executed it by hand because I didn't have a computer to run it on. I wrote out the values of the variables by hand to see that it would execute properly. So I know that there's this perception that you don't have access to resources, but every generation has its sets of challenges around that. I never owned a computer for many years, but I had already been programming for years before I actually owned a computer. What I think is important, two things. I think first of all is to recognize the resources that you have, and social media is a very powerful resource. Who says you can't learn coding via TikTok? Why not? Who says you can't start your own podcast? I mean, you've got Michael as an example, as a benchmark. And the community is not that big that you can't reach out to somebody somewhere else and bring them into your community on a local podcast. Sharon, you're a writer. You know, words are how we reach people. So what I really want to say is every generation has had its challenges. They've been different. They have been different from generation to generation. But they are overcomable, and that's why when we started we were talking about passion projects and so on. Now the passion part of passion project is one of the things that drives us to do these things. If you called crazy, why didn't you stop?
Yeah, and take some rebellion.
Because it made sense. Yeah, and it made sense to me, and that's what's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been called crazy a couple times.
Yeah.
Including potentially by my wife, but she came around.
It's powerful. I think, like, back to Katsai's question of just like, how do you, because like we've been talking a lot about the power of bringing people together and like physically being present with each other, and that inspires people. Like if you talk to young folks who are kind of curious about code but not really sure, and they want a career and whatnot, like if you just like if you just give them some words, it might plant some seeds. But if they can see people who are making it, then that plants bigger seeds, and it adds fuel to their fire. I'm mixing metaphors very badly here, but you know what I mean. Don't light the seeds on fire. Um, but yeah, like for things like seeding Python ecosystems in Zimbabwe and Namibia and beyond, it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of pushing from a few people, and it's very, very easy for those people to get burnt out and fried. And like, you do need funds, like you need a place, you need to bring people in, you need to market. It takes a lot of time. So I think there is something around having a responsibility to pay it forward. And like, paying it forward to folks in Africa that you've never met might not always make sense to a lot of people, but you can see the impact that you can have. I mean, if you show up for some devs in Pittsburgh and like show some university students some stuff, like that'll do positive things. But if you do this, if you put the same amount of effort into like an African community, it's likely to seed greater things. Like, you'll sow these seeds and a lot of them won't grow, but it can turn into something very, very significant for people. So I don't really know how to justify, how to like convince people that they should like lean in and support African communities, but it's something I believe people should do. Daniele is on the call. Hey, Daniele.
For all the guys on the call at the moment who have done that, I would just add on, CD pointed out, because we have quite a lot of international guests. Obviously, Michael's here at the moment. We've had several other guests who obviously aren't from Africa, so good of you all to check in. One quick question. I know we've introduced Danielle, but just to note, Andrew, you were pointing out, I didn't quite start typing computer into books, reading my code from books, although I noticed I shaved poorly this morning, so you can see the grey in my beard. I did want to have a chat with particularly Michael, and I suspect Danielle, and maybe even Kudzai and our younger generation as well, about you saying every generation's got its challenge. I would possibly wonder if maybe one of the challenges in this generation is that sometimes it can now be a bit too easy to have the AI do it for you. And there are some learning challenges there, and I think it ties back into what we were saying earlier. I don't know if you were with us, Michael. I think it was slightly before you joined us, about one of the outputs of a senior engineer is another senior engineer, or a senior software developer is another senior software developer. And I think we might be hitting a shortcut and an interesting conversation to be had on how maybe too much AI leads us away from that. We're not learning. Well, I say that in the privilege of being in my 40s. I have learned, but you guys relying entirely on AI maybe is the danger that you're speaking about there. I don't want to sound too AI skeptical, but I'm saying it's one of the challenges of the current generation that you're mentioning, Andrew, is maybe AI makes it a bit too easy in some ways to think you're learning and you're not actually.
Yeah, there are many, many illusions of competence. I just want to take a moment to introduce Daniele, because I think a lot of what we've been talking about recently is very close to his heart, and it's something that he personally puts a lot of himself into. So Daniele is also somebody who I met through the first DjangoCon Africa. It was such an impactful thing.
This is the Sheena reunion show. This is what we're doing here. This is the Sheena reunion from DjangoCon 1.
A little bit. I just wanted to bring my friends to the call so we can have a nice chat. But, so Daniele was a part of organizing the first DjangoCon Africa, and actually I met you before that, didn't I? Did I meet you at PyCon at DjangoCon US?
We met at DjangoCon US first, I think. That's
we did. And then I got involved with DjangoCon Africa after that. But he's super involved in DjangoCon Africa. He was involved this year as well in a big way. And he's been involved in a lot of other African conferences as well. So I believe you started PyCon Namibia. It was you and someone else.
I was there at the first one. Yes, I was involved in the first edition of it. Yeah.
And you've been there like since then. I think it's been going for like 10 years now, which is impressive.
We started it in 2015, and I've been every year except when there was the plague.
Damn that plague. And it's like yeah, so there's that aspect of Daniele, but then he's also a director of engineering at Canonical, and Sharon works for Daniele. So that's kind of connection.
Sharon's my colleague. She works with me. So,
Okay, Sharon's on Daniele's
That's
team.
true.
yeah.
But we were just talking about like, Katai raised a question around like how to get support for African communities, African Python communities, because a lot of them like simply don't have the resources. So PyCon Zim didn't happen this year because the funding was an issue. And for some reason, you have given a lot to African communities personally, and you've put a lot of time and effort into it. What motivates you to do that? I asked you once, and you just said because I can.
Well, actually, that is part of it. That was previously involved in European Python and Django communities, and was amazed that it wasn't long before that I joined those communities as this asker of really basic questions, and then found that I was welcomed. And then when I said, "Oh, I can help with something," I was also invited to help with that. And when I actually did some code or some documentation, that too was welcomed. And it's very pleasurable to be able to contribute to something and to be welcomed in doing that. And it was just in Namibia, it was just a fortuitous set of circumstances. There was somebody at work who made some connections available, and there was an opportunity. And most importantly, we met people on the other side, people who didn't know us, but said, okay, well, here are these people coming to talk about Python. Python, we know about Pythons in Namibia, we keep out of their way. So, and they're the ones who picked up the baton. And some of them, people like Mohewe and Jessica and Mate and other people in the Namibian community who have really blazed a trail in African Python communities.
That's powerful. So Tandiwe's here. Tandiwe, do you have a winner for us?
Oh, for the fourth prize, we have Ainu Ebenezer again for the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, he's grabbing all the prizes.
If you enter the competition, you're in a good chance to win. Perfect. Yeah.
All right. Fantastic. Awesome, man. While we're talking about prizes, I am going to announce another prize that people can compete for. But before I do that, I'm just going to mention again that we are looking for donations. We've been speaking a lot about how Python conferences plant a lot of seeds and open a lot of doors, and they can do incredible things for people. Like even a small interaction, even a small one-day workshop can take a person's career and change it. So if that is something that you would like to support and you are watching this right now, then we would very much appreciate donations. I'm going to share the donation slide yet again. Give me just a moment. Give me a second. There it is. Yeah, so if you're in a position to support, then that is a good way to do it. So this will support PyCon Africa this year. And we'll try to figure out a nice way to support other African communities in the future as well. All right. We've also got one more prize. So this is actually a bulk prize. So we, as mentioned earlier, we are live streaming our conference, and we're doing a lot to make sure that the remote experience is as awesome as possible. If you want to come and you want to attend online, then you can enter for some free tickets. So go ahead and do that. Thank you so much. All right. So just before Daniele got on the call, there was also a discussion that Kim had just started. Kim, would you like to restate your question?
Certainly, although you're doing with a large generosity of assuming I remember exactly what I said. But what I basically led down the question of, I'd noticed one of the talking points that has come up a few times and we haven't covered it in much depth yet, is AI. AI is now inevitable. It is everywhere. It is available for writing for code with. It's very powerful. It can be very, I suspect, and I think it's impossible to hide my bias. I don't use it personally. I don't know if I call myself an AI skeptic, but I'm certainly AI cautious. I don't use it much myself, but I know lots of people do. But I know Michael in particular, and I would imagine Daniela, from you've seen from an engineering perspective, and possibly even Andrew from kind of younger colleagues, everyone tries to use it now. And I think there are some talking points to be had about whether that is a completely positive learning tool. Are there things we need to be watching out for? And the reason I kind of bring it up is I know, Michael, you mentioned a couple of shows ago, whenever it was, for the Python trainings, that a heck of a lot of people who do Python now have been doing it for less than 2 years, which sounds like very much the target audience of the people who would find AI very attractive, because obviously there's lots of stuff you don't know and the AI kind of does. And are there things we, are we heading down a path of people maybe doing themselves a disservice if they use it too much?
I have so many thoughts on this, and they fight in my brain with each other because they're in conflict. I think AI is so incredible. I've seen it do amazing things. I've seen it also light up enthusiasm for programming in people's eyes. I know multiple people who are maybe, let's say, junior-ish developers coming in from a different perspective, and they're doing really remarkable things because they know enough to know when the AI is right and wrong, but they don't really know enough to really go. And I'm just in awe of it. I have found some incredible things in my work. Just last night, I'm working on a new aspect for the podcast. The details are not worth going into, but I got to integrate with some other major platform for something that I'm going to add. And so what do? You go search for PyPI and you search for that thing. Is there a Python library to talk to that API? It's Graph API, webhooks, complicated schemas, etc. I'm like, nope. Maybe it's on GitHub. Nope, there's nothing on GitHub. So what do? You're going to be starting from scratch, trying to understand all the variations that might get passed, or you fire up an agentic AI and say, please read these documentations. Please read this documentation here. And I need you to build this library for me for this purpose. And I got an entire package that I intend to publish to PyPI that has tests, it has documentation, it has examples. It has examples app. It has a fast API example app. All of these things, 2 hours from idea to done. And that is
3-4 days of work, etc. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yes, I tried to exactly. I tried to ask how much work would it be to study the documentation, to write the code, to write an example, to do the test and do the documentation. Probably 4 days, what I estimated, and it was from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. My family was hanging out. I'm like, let me just play with this idea. That is transformational. That, Andrew was talking about passion projects. Those kinds of things allow you to jump the little hoops that will block you from doing passion projects. You're like, I would love to do a passion project, but gosh, I just don't know how to do this one thing. Well, you know what? You now have a junior developer that's an expert in that. On the other hand, speaking of junior developers, I am very concerned, as you pointed out, Kim, that a lot of people will just say, I asked the question, it gave me the answer. And I don't need to learn the thing because I can keep asking the question, it keeps giving me the answer. And I think there's going to be something of a crossing the chasm type of distribution between the people who learned the old school, like Andrew and the rest of us, typing it in by hand like a stone person. And then the people who just chatted their way to an app. All right. And I think it's going to be harder as a junior developer to stand out when they could say, I know you're doing this, but I could just ask an AI for this. That's a real career red flag. Not that somebody's doing it wrong, but so I think people are going to need, this is my last thought, Nico, I'm let y'all jump in. I think people who are juniors especially need to remain curious and patient while using AI. It gives you an answer. Don't just go, great. Go, what does this line do? Why did you do this? And you can use it as a tutor rather than a replacement. And I think you can level up, or you can sort of become, let your mental muscles atrophy and like lose the ability to become a real thinker and programmer. Anyway, these are the thoughts that wrestle in my mind.
That's a big
Among
deal.
others.
Like, it's such a big deal because, like, you can use LLMs to solve little problems. You can't, and you can use it to solve like really weird specific problems as well sometimes. And it can do some very impressive things. So I use LLMs a lot. I would not be able to handle what I'm doing right now if I didn't have LLMs to help me. The workload would just be way too big. So I'm a fan, but I also see the danger, and I also see where it falls short. Like, LLMs do kind of code with a hammer. They like push things in ways that aren't very elegant, and they write code that is kind of convoluted and nasty, and like a lot of what goes into good, like people talk about prompt engineering a lot, and prompt engineering is something that does take skill, but context engineering takes skill as well. And I found that LLMs produce code that's so weird that it's bad context for LLMs, and so things get kind of hairy, and it gets less accurate when you ask it to do more complicated things. So there is a ceiling to what it can do, and sure, that ceiling is changing because things are getting more powerful, but it's not changing that fast, really. What changes is how things are chained together. So you'll have like an LLM, like an agent feeding into an agent, feeding into an agent, and maybe that agent, and you have all these guardrails that you need to stop yourself from falling into different problems. And there are certain things that you really shouldn't use an LLM for because it's dangerous. Like, these things have a blast radius. And not only do these individual code bombs have blast radiuses, but that are bigger, you have more code bombs. So you can really do a lot of damage. So engineering as a skill still matters, and I'm quite convinced that it's going to continue to matter. And so what you were saying about there being a chasm, it's like if people can code up to this level with an LLM, but they can't actually like get the real engineering skills, then we're not going to have engineering skills in 5 years' time, and that's a big freaking problem. So
Yeah, that's
I think
main concern. It's very scary. Yeah.
Actually, I don't think that is a problem. I think the world will sort itself out, and there will be people with those skills, and they will become more employable, and they will command higher salaries. So I'm a great AI skeptic, so I occupy a rather niche position, and it's really good because I can't lose. Because if I turn out to be right and everybody else turns out to be wrong, then I've won. And if I turn out to be wrong, well, at the very least, people like Michael will have been forced to refine their own arguments about how they use it and what they do, and improve their own stances. So there will be a positive outcome of it too. So in a way, I feel I can't lose by taking a contrary stance on AI.
I want to challenge you there, Daniela. It's a little bit like predicting a world war. If you're right, you lose, and if you're wrong, you've done all this preparation for you've lived in fear all that time. So I want to say this, and this is what I've done with my teams. Michael, do you drive to work in a motor car, or maybe a bus, or a horse-drawn carriage? So,
good question.
I mean, you get the point. You get the point. The change is inevitable. It's coming. We have to deal with it somehow. My experience, I also use LLMs quite a lot. My experience is it's like coding with an 8-year-old with an attitude. A forgetful 8-year-old. It does get some things right, and then some things it just breaks gloriously. But even over the last year, they've been getting better. And we're on this side of the hype curve. We haven't gone through through the chasm. And, those of us who went through .com would remember that everything that happened after the 2000 .com crash was still all internet. It was all the same technologies and everything, but that's when the real development, the real work, the real technology started to be used. We haven't got there yet. We haven't crossed the chasm. So this is what I'm doing. I'm doing two things with my teams. First is I'm saying use them very, very cautiously, but learn. And we are still maintaining all the disciplines of proper software engineering, like peer review. And that's done by a human. But the ability to accelerate our performance is evident. One of the areas where it's evident, for example, is in writing tests. Now, you do have those strange scenarios where in order to make the test work, it'll change the code, and in order to make the code work, it'll change the test. There's no applying. It doesn't have a mind that it can apply.
Is that wrong?
Yeah, it doesn't have a value system. Yeah.
So that's the first thing. It's don't abandon the disciplines of good software engineering. Your pipelines have to be in place, your peer review and everything has to be in place, etc. But then and just in terms of the second aspect that I'm doing with my teams is I'm actually spending time sharing my learnings with them so that we can change the way that we all interact with these tools, because they are like super tools. It's like having a chainsaw. A chainsaw is an incredibly powerful tool. You can chop your hands off. You've got to be careful. It's a power tool. This is a power tool for coders. That means that the more competent you are as a software engineer, the more capable you're going to be if you have power tools at your disposal. The less competent you are, the more dangerous you're going to be with power tools in your command. So that's the attitude that I'm taking. But I'm also am skeptical. I'm also waiting to see what's going to happen when we cross the chasm, because I do believe once we've crossed that chasm, 2 years, 1 year, 2 years' time, then they will be everywhere, in everything, in edge devices, all the time. And even the way we interact with devices is going to change, because your television is going to start behaving strangely. A little bit unpredictably. I think that, can you imagine having to train your television to present the right podcast you want to watch? Anyway, those are my thoughts. So I kind of agree with you, Daniela, but I also think that we drive to work in motor cars now, and soon we'll go in electric cars, and soon we'll be going by some other means. Maybe moving pavements.
Very quick, real-time follow-up. The after dinner 2-hour project is 5,030 lines of code, counting documentation. Not that that's a necessarily metric of quality, but the test run, it's pretty comprehensive.
It's a metric of effort.
Is that one function, the whole thing?
No, actually,
that's exactly what it is.
I know it does want to. I put a whole lot of effort into putting in rules files that say these. I want you to use drive principles. I want to use this, and the more you can sort of set the stage. This is how I work. I use UV to install things. I don't use pip, or I factor things this way. You're going to have a better time if you set your ground rules. I feel like having managerial and project management skills is almost what you need, plus programming these days to manage it.
You need to put this into a podcast and give us those guidelines.
Sorry, Sharon, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to ask, from a learner's point of view, do you think it makes sense to say that if you can't do something yourself, you probably shouldn't start doing it with AI?
So it's difficult because you do actually want people to learn how to use the power tools. If you shut that door, that's you can try to, but people will just ignore you. For junior developers and people who are still learning, I would almost give the same advice that I would have given in the pre-LLM days, and that is like build something significant. Like pick a passion project or try to build your own Netflix, whatever. Just like choose something and like dive into it and work hard. And if you use LLMs to help you along the way, fine, that's fine. You're going to hit a wall. When you hit that wall, spend the time understanding how to get through that wall, because you can use LLMs to help you understand the code that it wrote itself. That's great. You can use LLMs to explain the error messages that come up. That's fantastic. But if you see the LLM getting into a weird loop where it's like breaking a test and fixing the test and like breaking the code to make the test work and nonsense like that, then you can be like, maybe I need to know more about what a test's for. I heard that they're important, but maybe I need to know more about this. So like if you use it to guide your own growth, then you'll learn not only what you need to know in order to build significant things, but you'll know how, like what you can rely on these tools for and what you can't. There is a ceiling on what they can do. I think some of the dangers that I've seen with junior developers learning to code with LLMs, because I've taught a lot of junior people to code, and LLMs were a part of that challenge. There are certain like patterns of behaviors that junior developers fall into typically, and those get amplified when LLMs are around. So things like cargo culting, like a junior developer might like get an LLM to generate some code for them, and then they'll look at it and they'll be like, this is how it should always be done. And I was like, no, you need to question that. There's a lot of cargo culting that comes out of it because the robot is perceived as always right. And then there's a lot of things around illusions of competence as well, which is something that I think Kim was alluding to earlier, where people think that they know something, but they really actually don't. Where they like tell the LLM to solve the problem because they don't feel like doing it right now, and they look at the code and like, yeah, I could have done that. I'm very clever, pat myself on back. But they couldn't have done it, and so they didn't develop the mental muscle to be able to solve those kinds of problems. So I think the thing to do is to push yourself hard enough that you hit problems that you can't solve, and then figure out what you need. I think that probably solves a lot of problems. Yeah.
Let it help you rather than do all the work. Is maybe
yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
So this illusion of competence, I think we must talk a little bit more about that, because I've certainly experienced that, and I think it's an invidious trap for beginners.
I think Daniela wanted to add something there.
Yeah, it's a change of subject really to something that was said earlier. I don't know if you want to do that, but I've been watching most of the live stream except when I took a break for dinner, and I was many interesting speakers, but I was very interested in what Fuad was saying about an African deployment platform, and I think that's much more significant than maybe anybody has suggested, because this is not just about, great, there's an African deployment platform. It means now that the muscle memory, not just of individuals, but of an entire community of individuals, is being built up in Africa, on African soil. So, of course, there are many people in Africa deploying things all the time on different cloud infrastructures, but they're building them on Western, European, American ones. And it means that only a layer of the skills and the knowledge and the know-how gets built into this population of engineers. Now, all those problems, just because they're in the same places, because they're in the same towns, in the same communities, they bump into each other, there will be somebody who knows what it's like to drive at 3 o'clock in the morning to a data center to restart a server, for example. Or all these things, driving to the data center to restart a server, that's not in any of the stuff that you will learn when you buy the book or do the course. But it's part of the overall knowledge and know-how that surrounds true competence and ownership of it. So what Fuad is doing there is really, really interesting.
Yeah, I agree fully. So there was a thing recently as well where, so open source projects need mirrors in different places. There was only one mirror left in Africa, and it shut down recently because of lack of resources. So people, like, you can still download things like Ubuntu from different mirrors, but we don't have one in Africa anymore, and that's quite a big deal.
It's a loss of
It's not.
it's a loss of skill.
Yeah. And we need resources in order to build things that skills can like develop around. These things are like, I use the metaphor of seeds far too much. I need a new one. But yeah, like having physical infrastructure in Africa that requires Africans to look after it and build it up. I mean, that's powerful. That's powerful. And building that into something that generates income as well. And like with Ford's project, it's being used a lot by students. That's also freaking powerful. Like that's, he's enabling a lot of people who wouldn't otherwise necessarily have something to work with.
I think at every level, economically, it means there's less money leaving the continent. It's creating jobs which keep people building and earning and working and sharing knowledge right there where they are. So, that's really, I think that has enormous value.
Yeah, it does. Hey, Jatemi, I wasn't expecting you. Welcome.
Welcome.
Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Jatemi is part of our organizing team for PyCon Africa. He is handling actually quite a big and scary workload. He's working on the grants program, which is something that has been affected very seriously by the Python Software Foundation grant freeze, but also just like the lack of funding for open source in general, which again is like, I think that ties back to something that Andrew was talking about earlier. So it might be worth talking about that as well. It's just like we need resources to make resources. There's a chicken and egg problem.
That's a better analogy than seeds. I like it.
I need to drop off soon, so I'm going to just leave you with maybe this thought, is that my passion and interest, and Kim and I have spoken. I think we had a good chat a few years back in Durban, one of the conferences. But my interest and passion is we make so much use of what is produced by the community, and there's not always at a corporate level, a company level. I'm an entrepreneur, smaller. Not a large corporate, but there isn't a way to. There are lots of ways to give back, but it's not always clear. And one way that you can do that is to support existing projects, support initiatives in the community, etc. And if you compare that to what people are paying, for example, and this is my rationale, if you compare that to what people are paying in terms of cloud licensing, for example, and all the other services that they're paying to big tech providers for what I would say is fairly dubious value, quite frankly, then giving back to the community in ways that you can actually makes, it's like a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. If I look at how my business has benefited and my clients have benefited, it becomes and that's a story that I think other businesses and companies and corporates need to be challenged with. Yes. If you did an audit in your organization, those of you listening tonight out there, maybe will see the recording at a later stage. If you do an audit of the open source software that you're using in your organization, I promise you, the value that it's contributed to your organization is orders of magnitude more than any contribution that, anything that it would cost for you to make contributions to the open source community in some way. And and it's not a complicated equation. I think it just needs to be put on the table. Because there isn't an organization that has got any meaningful IT infrastructure that's not using open source significantly in some way or another. Which is why, and this will be the last thought I'll leave with you because I really need to dash, is this, and this is the thought I started with this evening when I joined, is that I'm really worried about the safety of open source, not the safety, that's the wrong word, the preservation of the open source mindset, culture, worldview, and that it's at risk, it's at danger, and it's under pressure by big tech and by new licensing models and so on. It's really in great danger, and the world will be poorer if we don't protect open source.
Yeah.
And then I'll be available walking around somewhere near the water cooler.
In the hallway back. Thank you for joining us, Andrew. That was great.
Thanks, Andrew.
For your support. Yeah, I think that's such a big deal. I mean, so many organizations see things like open source software. They see things like Python as free, but like, no, somebody's paying for that. Somebody's paying with hours that they're pouring in. Somebody else is donating money to the Python Software Foundation or to the different conferences, and it makes a lot of sense to give back. And it's not just like a warm, squishy thing because it's the right thing to do. It makes sense on so many levels because the people are a part of that ecosystem, and those people they need to be nurtured so they can nurture the ecosystem. And if you want to hire any of them, then it makes a lot of sense to generate like a good reputation. Like companies that give back, companies that show up at these conferences year on year, they have access to the best talent because they get fans, and that's powerful. So I think it solves a lot of problems. Like we need more juniors. We need to plant more seeds of curiosity so that people can grow and pursue things. And we need those juniors to get connected with different people, to find passion projects to work on, and to have chance encounters with people like Dawn, who will be like, "Oh, your basketball website is cool. Let's talk about it," you know. And they grow into the people that get hired, and they grow into the people who keep supporting and keep giving back. So I'm in full agreement with Andrew that it makes so much sense to give back.
It makes sense, but it's not happening. In fact, the opposite is happening, that it's drying up. And well, we know how it's affecting African communities and initiatives and events. And I also don't think it's going to get better. Whatever the reasons are, I'm quite pessimistic about the prospects of funding coming through organizations like the PSF for events in Africa, because I think the PSF is not going to get the money, and Africa is probably the part of the world that's furthest removed from people's thoughts in general. The ones who are making the decisions. So what do you think 2026 and 27 will look like?
I think we need to change things a lot. So firstly, I do think it makes sense to get African representation and African voices into the PSF. So I'm running for the board. Vote for me. Yeah. Daniela's running too, and a bunch of other Africans as well. Abigail is also running. So there's a bunch of people who are trying to get the African perspective into the PSF, which is a big deal. But also, if you look at what the PSF does with its grants, like it supports only certain things. It's like, cool, your request needs to fit into this box because this is the box that we understand well. If you look at their grants program, it is fairly limited in terms of the different things. But the thing is that, like, what is impact? They want to make an impact with their grants. this is good. But what is impactful in Pittsburgh is not the same thing as what is impactful in Kenya. It's not the same thing as what is impactful in Zimbabwe or in Thailand or in, I don't know, the south of France. You know, it's different in these different contexts. And so expecting the PSF to make good decisions about fund distribution in like globally, I think that's it's not something we can expect. It's not something we should even request because it's just unreasonable. But so what I think needs to happen, and it's not a perfect solution, but I think we need organizations around the world who look after who maintain relationships with organizations in their location and beyond, and maintain a relationship with the PSF as well. So it's like, cool, we are, you can give us some grants and then we can distribute it and figure out ways to make it impactful here. I think that that's something powerful. And I also think like having central bodies around the world that maintain relationships with funders is also something that's necessary. But it's hard because like all of the stuff is volunteer work. And like I can tell you from like, we were expecting a bunch of money from the PSF and then it didn't come through. It was a big shock. And like, I'm not upset, like I'm upset with the situation, but I can see how it happened and it sucks for everyone. So I'm not like, screw the PSF or anything like that. I just like when that happened, we kind of had to go to battle stations and figure out different ways to fund what we're doing. And that was a lot of work. That was a ton of work. And it's not really sustainable just to say like, cool, volunteers go and do that, because the volunteers come and go. So you need like some kind of organizational infrastructure. Yeah, so it's, we need to figure out that part of the puzzle, I think. Like how do you make like long-standing organizations in different countries that are like mini PSFs for those locations?
Apart from vying for positions that where you can influence decisions like this, what other things can we do as Africans, as the community itself, to help maybe fund ourselves or get more funding from these organizations? Is there anything?
So I think a lot. So it's tricky because getting funding from an organization is a bit of a long game, and sometimes that long game takes more than a year. And like if you look at the Python software, if you look at PyCon South Africa, for example, there's a different person in charge of fundraising every year. And so those relationships they're not stable. So I think having like stable relationships is important. But then the other thing to know is that like if you ask a person, an organization for funding like now and your conference is in 3 months or whatever, like
it's too late.
Yeah, it's too late. Organizations are machines and they move slowly and they've got budgets and sign-offs and things like that. So you really need to start like the year before. So that's part of it.
But actually, I think that's partly true, Sheena. And one of the experiences of having now organized about something like 12 different events in Africa is that organizational expectations are really different, and African organizations can act amazingly fast and but they do it in quite a different way. So the response that you can get is enormous and changing, but it will happen on a different kind of pattern. So both wherever you are, you need to know and understand how the other people from different cultures are working and what their expectations are. So, you know, in Namibia, you can't do very much by email, but you turn up in somebody's office and everything can get sorted out in 3/4 of an hour for the next day. And it's completely the opposite in the United States. They won't even talk to you. You don't know these things until you've cross the boundaries in both directions.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think what's also, you hinted at this before, that the picture that, for example, the PSF has of what a conference looks like doesn't necessarily translate very well, for example, to what there are 3 people on this call who were in Arusha a few weeks ago for Django Africa. And what we experienced there made perfect sense. But people would have been completely bewildered if they'd been in, say, if that had been in the United States. So the idea of what's good and successful in an event might be quite different in different places.
Yeah, and it's not always around events even. So like the PSF funds events, but it won't fund, for example, like longer term training programs. And I was like, maybe we need some here, please. But if you're doing something like that, then you need to dress it up as something else that the PSF will support. So that's something that I find, I don't know, frustrating is maybe not the right word, but it just seems like there's something wrong with the system. Yeah.
So I was just going to ask
a lot.
one point while we were talking about Andrew's last point about sponsoring or giving money back from the PSF, from corporates into the Python community. Michael, you'd raised your hand. I just wanted to take were you saying yes, I agree, or did you have did you want to?
I definitely agree that people should be giving back to these open source projects. It opens we started our hour together by passion projects, open source things. It also opens a possibility to maybe like close the loop. So if there's some really amazing African open source projects that are being used, maybe fund those a little bit better. I would like to point out UV and the Astral folks as an example of, look what happens if you give a group of people who are passionate a little bit, some money, enough money that a few people can spend full time for a little while to solve a problem. Like Python packaging has been like flawed for a very long time. There used to not be a pip, then there was a pip, but it's still been pretty tricky. And within 3 months, the world changed because somebody gave somebody some money. It happened to be VC money, but it just as well could have been a big company saying, we depend upon you. Here's a couple $100,000, solve this problem, right? I think it's very powerful. It's very powerful. And I think so many companies are like how many banks run on Python that just burn $1 million a day on something frivolous when they could give that once a year to like projects that would change the world for them,
10% of that on a monthly basis. Yeah, I think your point's a good one. I was going to agree with you, Michael. You're saying I think I've heard Johnny Marsh say on Talk Python that basically I don't think he thinks UV have done anything particularly special. It's just the power of what you can get if you can pay people a full-time job to do it. And I think I suspect you'll find something like Canonical would presumably agree with me. If you can pay people to produce a excellent open source based operating system, it will be better than if you can't. It's a question of time. So we only have so much time in each of us. There's only so much availability and hours available to us all. And literally, if people can be paid to do the work, it will be. Well, I think Django. To loop back to Django, we have the great example that the Django fellow is paid. And that's why a lot of the project work is doable and so forth. And similarly to the PSF, Lucas, I forget exactly what the title is, but
the Python, I think it's developer in residence, and then we also have Seth Michael Larson, who is doing security, and Mike Fiedler, who's doing basically similar things for PyPI, and it's making a massive difference. That's just 3 people, and it's making a huge difference.
Exactly. So it's 3 people, but it's 3 people who can spend a working day every day on the stuff instead of, even if 100 people can spend an hour a night on it, these people have lives, and it really makes a powerful difference, and it wouldn't cost that much.
Yeah, it wouldn't cost that much. And it's about just like finding the projects to support, and then finding the money and connecting those dots. It seems doable, but it also seems hard.
I also want to just shine, like on this call, I just want to shine a light on Canonical. And Danielle and Sharon. Like, they're walking the walk, right? Unlike a lot. So, yeah.
Oh, very much so. Yeah.
We're, Sharon and I are both very privileged. You started by talking about privilege about 5 hours ago, Sheena, I think. And, we're very privileged to be working for an organization that really puts its money where its mouth is when it comes to open source software. I don't know how many substantial organizations are still going to be doing that 24 months from now. I think there might be a kind of ironic benefit in Africa, because African corporations might step in, and that will have a different kind of effect in Africa from, say, a PyCon Africa being sponsored by a Western company. And we saw that, didn't we? That in DjangoCon Africa, the number of local African sponsors was very, very encouraging, more than we've seen before.
Yeah, people are starting to step up, which is wonderful.
Yeah,
great. Julius is gone now. I was going to introduce
Julius, you're having some technical problems.
Camera going now.
Yeah.
I also wanted to ask you something, Daniele. So Canonical stepping up as a sponsor for PyCon Africa, which is freaking fantastic, and they also helped out with DjangoCon Africa quite recently. What's in it for Canonical? Why is Canonical helping Africans?
No, Canonical isn't helping. Canonical is not helping Africans. Canonical is a business, and it's a fairly interesting kind of business. It works by slightly different rules, and as I said, it's got open source where its heart is. But the mission of Canonical is to put software into people's hands who wouldn't otherwise have it, and that's an investment. So Canonical is willing to invest in open source, is willing to invest in African programs and initiatives and communities, but I think it would be quite wrong to see that as helping Africa. It's not investing. Like that. It's an investment. It's pursuing the same kind of thing that it has done for years, and it can do it because we know that there are talented people there in in all these countries that I've been to. I meet them, we've heard some of them, and it would be crazy to ignore, 1.5 billion people?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent out there.
Yes, there is. So talent is equally distributed, opportunity is not, which is
Sharon's an example of it.
Yes, Sharon is an example of it. And here's our last. Here's our last.
I can't.
Go for it.
I can't quite hear.
Oh. Okay, I think
you said, but okay. Yeah, but I wanted. What did you? I want to hear it now. Yeah, but I was going to agree with Daniele that yes, it's not helping Africans. It's not a charity. It's just recognizing that there's talent everywhere and giving opportunities to people who wouldn't otherwise, like me, who wouldn't otherwise have had it. And also to go back to the privilege that, and also to the earlier conversation with Kudzai about passion projects. For most of us working in open source can be both a passion and a job. And yeah, Canonical really perfectly makes that happen.
Yeah, it sounds like a very special organization to work for.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
I think you were trying to introduce Julius, but we lost him again.
Yeah, he left again.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, go on.
Oh no, it's okay. It's okay.
I just wanted to come back again to this idea of helping Africa, but it's really so far from that. It's more that here, if we're serious about looking for excellence, I mean really looking for excellence, not just in people that Canonical employs, but for example, in supporting an event or supporting a community or supporting an open source project, then we're making very high demands on what counts as excellence. And Canonical is very hard-nosed about those demands, that just because it happens to be in Africa, it doesn't get any special, you know, the rules are the same everywhere. It's more that Canonical is prepared to look a bit harder for these things rather than just wait for them to turn up on the usual conveyor belt.
Yeah.
Hello, Julius.
And I think I was just going to note, I mean, there's obviously a space for small businesses to do exactly this, because Michael's obviously giving up. Talk Python does a lot of this kind of thing as well. And there's, I don't want to kind of let a conversation go by and say thank you, Michael, as well, to Talk Python and all our other small business contributors who've contributed to us as well. There's a lot of give back there for you guys as well. Thank you.
Yeah. We have a really good question from the audience. I want to see if Jitemi wants to jump on and ask it as the voice of the people. Jitemi, are you there?
I am here. All right. Okay, this question is for Daniel.
Looks like he's joining.
All right, it's from Laura on YouTube. Please confirm if you can hear me.
Yeah,
yes, we can.
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. So for Daniel, the question is, for those of us who work for big multinationals who don't support open source, how do we then convince them to support organizations like this, like McDonald's, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
well,
a question from Laura.
That's an interesting question. So people talk about making a case and putting arguments forward, and I'm a bit skeptical of rationality in general. I think that what people respond to are quite different things. I think simply talking about it and talking about it and talking about it and raising the profile, putting it forward, putting it in front of people, you want people persuaded by arguments and reasons, even though they think they are. They're not persuaded, but things start to look normal to them, and things stop looking like a wild idea or a strange idea. The more you can float it in front of people, the much more likely they are to think, oh yeah, we could do that. It's just the same way that people get used to, for example, the idea of different kinds of people entering the workplace. You know, there was a time when to have women in certain workplaces was extraordinary, and now we don't bat an eyelid. But it's people have to become accustomed to the ideas and the realities. So Jitemi, I think, I don't know who asked the question. Oh, it was Laura, I think. But on the chat, you just have to be prepared to play that record over and over again, and you think people will get sick of it, but they don't. They just get used to it.
Yeah, I think
Michael,
that's...
I think that's exactly I would agree. Michael, you had a...
I think, I think you got to start by leaning into what big companies optimize for and what they understand. So I think there's two ways to think of how do we support open source. One way would be to say, hey, internal for our team, we built this really cool framework that we run, let's say, our trading floor with. Could we open source that? Like, that might be a bridge too far to start with. They're like, no, that's our special advantage. And they are not yet ready to accept that, like, if that's public, we get people contributing back and it gets better for everyone. The other way could be, we use Flask, or we use Django, or we use whatever. I would like to contribute, let's say 10 hours of engineering time across a couple of people on our team to make that better. And it doesn't feel to the company like you're giving away the golden goose. It's just like, oh, you're helping make the thing that we use better, because if this was internal, you'd have to work on it anyway. So I think that is one angle. And then Danielle touched a little bit on it. I think the other is, do you want to attract or repel the top talent in that space? Do you want to attract people who are like David Lord, who currently maintains Flask, or Armin Ronacher worked at Sentry for 10 years, and he was the creator of Flask? because that company embraced open source. They didn't necessarily embrace Flask, but they embraced open source, and he came to that. So do you want to set up an environment where it's easy to hire the best talent globally, or are you going to like set up a shell that kind of repels the best talent, and then you're going to take something else? And I think being seen as a leader in open source, or at least not anti-open source as a big company, puts you in good stead on both of those accounts. And so that's what I would say to Laura is like, speak the language of the big company and their incentives and what they're trying to achieve anyway. That's my thought.
I think that's powerful, and I think there's a marketing aspect of that as well. So like for conferences like ours who get a bunch of sponsors, we need to shout out about the sponsors and be like, these people are awesome. Their competitors will see how they're awesome and we're not so awesome. Maybe we should be awesome like that. I think it's on those companies as well to say like, we support open source, like shout it from the rooftops, this is what we care about. That helps to normalize things. So I think that there's a big like communication aspect of it. It's not always down to the individuals in the companies. You can do things on a bigger scale. But also the individuals in the companies are a big deal as well, because so many people write Python code. So many people are like have their careers because of this. And if you can inspire those people to want to give back in some way, to want to add value in some way, and they all raise their voices, then that's powerful. So it's like one person on their own maybe can't always shift things. But if you have enough people, then that changes a lot.
Think of the halo effect. Sorry, go ahead, Kim.
No, go ahead.
Well, think of the halo effect. I'll just quickly think of the halo effect that Dropbox got because Guido van Rossum worked there. I mean, were people raving about Box or these other, file sync things? Like file sync is not particularly exciting. However, this is written in Python, and the creator of Python works there. Like, oh, why does he work there? Because they supported him contributing back to Python.
Yeah, I was just going to add on to that there is a boring but important aspect of it in terms of the administration, in that if you do want your large corporate that you happen to work for to make contributions to open source software, you've got to be able to say to the finance department what it is they're paying for. Your finance department is not geared to say make donations to people, because that falls into charity budget in the city, or whatever it's called, and that's a separate aspect and so forth. You've got to be able to say to them, this organization will invoice you for a service which we have received, which is where places like the PSF and so forth come in. You have to be able to say, in many cases, we are paying X amount of money and we're getting Y thing for it. Now that Y thing may be a donation, and it may be a donation to somebody's time so they can work on Flask or Django, whatever example you might pick. But there's an aspect of that as well that I think lots of us who aren't involved in the finance side, and I certainly am not, will overlook and think, well, we'll just ask the company if we can make a donation, and that doesn't actually work. You've got to be able to point to the boring technical stuff and say, we wish you to purchase this thing for which we will get whatever it is we get. But some exchange of funds will happen. You will get a service like everything else you pay for. You can't just go to your finance department and say, please make this donation. Well, I say you can't. I did not in my obviously limited experience.
Yeah, I get you. I think like selling it as a marketing thing is big. It's like marketing and hiring go together. If you're marketing your company as like something wholesome and generous, then more people will come to you. So that's an angle that I think works for a lot of folks. I see Julius is with us. Julius, are you there? Hey. So
hello.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks for coming. We're pretty much out of time, but I just want to talk about the stuff that. So I invited Julius here for a reason, because he's another person that I've been impressed by. And so Julius is also somebody that I think we first met face to face through Django Africa, also the first one. Am I right? I think so. He was working hard on a bunch of things, and at this most recent Django Africa, he was like, let me show you something I'm working on. And he showed me this website that's about speakers and giving speakers reviews for conferences and things like that. It's about giving feedback to speakers, but it's also about helping speakers to build their own profiles, their own public profiles, to say like, I've spoken in these places and this is what people think of me. And I think that that's like, I wish that existed when we started working on PyCon Africa, because it's really, really hard to figure out who the good speakers are, because like a lot of African speakers, they don't have an online video presence because so many things aren't streamed and aren't recorded. They just like do their thing in their local communities. So if you have a way to figure out like who are the people who are going to like really bring value by coming to speak at your event, then you can suddenly make much better events. So that's part of it. It's like you can make the events better. You could make it better for the sponsors. You can make it better for the people who are there, who you want to inspire, who you want to grow. And you can make life better for the speakers themselves because they get more opportunities because they actually have a track record. So I really, really like this project because it's like this is an African problem more than anywhere else, because speakers in other places, they have different infrastructure and different experiences, but like building tools that solve African problems is a super powerful thing. So that's one of the reasons I wanted Forward on as well. It's just like we have certain African problems, and we have people in the community that we just run into at these different conferences who have who put effort into building cool things and solving those problems. So yeah, I just want to we're nearly out of time, but super cool, Julius. Super cool.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Also, Julius, I'm going to become a watcher again. So thank you all. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Danielle, for being
here.
Thank you, Danielle. Awesome, man. Okay. Well, I think, are we happy to wrap up, everybody? It has been a marathon. Sweet. This was such a good conversation. Golly, this was so nice.
I would love to do this all night, but unfortunately, at some point, the battery drains. But this has been fantastic. But worth noting, Gina, Temi's just come back on camera, and I've been reminded we do have a final prize to.
Oh, we have a final prize. Awesome. Temi, who's our final prize?
Yeah. All right. I think it's been an awesome moment. Yeah, we have Ronak Shah win our final prize, which is the prize 5. His own person in, and that's about the PyCharm. Let me see, just a moment. Okay, yeah, that's his name. His name is Rona Shah. His name is on the group. He's on the chat now.
Okay,
he won the prize. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Ronak.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And before we wrap up, I'm just going to do a final plug. There are people from the Python community who are watching who maybe have a little to give. Even $50 will open one more door to one more person, and we'd appreciate it. And so will somebody else, quite a lot. So donate if you are able. You can head over to, if you just Google PyCon Africa, then you'll see all of the things, including the donations drive. Then the other thing, and you can buy, the way you donate is just by buying a donation ticket. So just go through our ticketing system and you can do that. But also talk to your bosses, please, and just let them know that things like this are worth supporting. And even if you're one voice, even if you're the first voice, you can be the first voice of many. So yeah, thank you so much, everybody.
Well, I'm also going to chip in to say thank you to all our guests. Michael and Julius and Sharon are still with us. We've had a heap of fantastic guests over the time, many of whom have given us more than we asked for. We asked everyone for half an hour, perhaps as much as an hour. Michael, you've been with us for an hour and a half, completely uncomplainingly, as have been many of our other guests. Thank you very much. We are very cognizant it is Saturday, so thank you very much. Much appreciated to everyone. Everyone has been watching as well, and then you'll notice I'm just going to put in a final word of thanks to Sheena. A couple of minutes ago, I had to take a break. Sheena hasn't stopped at all, so Sheena, you've been non-stop all the way through, so thank you. Absolutely excellent work.
My poor introverted brain is about to have a meltdown. See you all online. and hopefully some of you
Thank
in
you.
Africa.
Thank you.
That was, hopefully that's much fun for everyone else. I really enjoyed that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheena.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye.